It's a sunny, beautiful day here in Pretoria at the Groenkloof Oval for the second match of this tri-series between South Africa Emerging, the University of South Africa sports team, and the Bangladesh Emerging team. So we are at the toss for match number 2 between South Africa Emerging and Bangladesh Emerging. We have our match official, Mr. Gerrie Pienaar, and our two captains from Bangladesh, Zakir Hassan, and South Africa Emerging, Mitchell van Buren. Mitch is going to do the coin toss, and Zakir is going to call.
Tails is the call.
Tails is the call.
It's a head.
And it is a head. That it means that it is Mitch, your call. Mitch, what is your decision and for what reason?
We're going to have a bowl first today. We played a few days back on a different wicket, so we got a fresh wicket this morning. So yeah, hopefully we can make the most of it. We got a couple seamers raring to go, so hopefully we can get the best out of a fresh wicket. And yeah, that's the reason behind the bowl first decision.
In preparation for this game, it's a completely different opposition coming from completely different conditions. How do you prepare to this juxtaposed to the USA team?
Yeah, obviously we understand there's going to be a level of intensity that's probably a little bit higher. We're playing against a really good Bangladesh emerging side. We're fortunate enough to have analysts, and we've got some data and footage of the Bangladesh players, which I suppose in today's game that's available to everyone. So we've had a couple meetings and a couple discussions about how we're going to go about things, and yeah, we feel well prepared and raring to go today.
Any changes in the side?
One change, Sia Plike is missing out today. Bayanda Majola is coming in.
Fantastic. All the best, Mitch. Thank you so much. Zakir, what would have been your decision?
I also like to bowl first because of the fresh wicket, and we are coming. We want to see the condition, but as well we like to bat. We will enjoy the batting.
In preparation, completely different conditions. There's more bounce. You're actually in the high felt, so there's more pace as well. How do you, as Bangladesh, get yourself ready for such a task?
We have been working for last 1 month, and we came earlier. We had 2 practice sessions, so we are ready to go.
So what is the expectation here and then next week? What are you guys hoping to achieve at the end of the tour?
We will think of our championship, but at the same time, I want to go for match by match, so looking for the match today.
All the best, Zakir, and thank you so much. And that is the toss. South Africa winning it and electing to bowl first on this fresh Groenkloof surface. Ladies and gentlemen, day number 2 of this tri-series between South Africa emerging, Bangladesh emerging, and the USA team. We are coming to you live at Groenkloof Oval here in the Tuks University, a beautiful ground overseen by greenery, overseen by beautiful skylines of Pretoria. But now our screens and this field will be graced by beautiful cricket. Bangladesh, travelling all the way, are here now, and this will be their first game in the second match of the tri-series. The first game being South Africa emerging, winning over USA. So can they do it 2-2? Mitchell van Buren won the toss for South Africa emerging and have elected to bowl first on a fresh new surface. It's a different one from the one that we played on Wednesday, so we are waiting to see what we are going to find out with it. Pitch Vision is bringing you these pictures. We are in commentary. Myself, Mpendulo Makubane. We will be later joined by our esteemed umpire, who knows a thing about it too in decision making, Zubair Saleh. But next to me, starting this commentary together, is Kagisho Masubelele.
Good morning to all of you at home. Excited to be here at the game today. Obviously, the South Africa emerging team won their game the previous time against the USA team. They will be looking to continue with that momentum. And beautiful field. It's an unusual time to be playing cricket in South Africa, isn't it? Having games being played in July. It's still quite cold, so in the morning it might get a bit difficult for the guys to just get themselves nice and warm. But I think looking at the pitch or the conditions that we looked at a little bit earlier is that it does look like that type of a pitch that first up you might get something out of it. There's a bit of nice green. Obviously, there's a bit of a dew factor over the evening. So no doubt that bowlers like Dian Khalim will be enjoying to bowl on this surface early on here in Pendulo.
He enjoyed bowling on the previous one as well. Dian Khalim went away with 3 wickets. He also enjoyed batting on it at 2, getting 70 runs. He was the player of the match in that first match, Dian Khalim. And he will open the proceedings as well here. He has the ability to move the ball in and out of the right-hander. So South Africa, because of that fact, are going to start off with 2 slip fielders alongside Daniel Smith, the wicketkeeper. The captain of Bangladesh, Zakir Hassan, he also would have wanted to bowl first, but now he has to pad up and open the batting at the top of the order.
And it is no surprise, we spoke about the 2 slip fielders, that it is Mudiri Diteko and Keegan Lion Keshe. They both have actually spent some time behind the wicket as wicket keepers in this previous season or so. So these are 2 guys that probably, if you want to have your slip fielders, you want people that are actually used to being behind the wicket.
A selection for South Africa to work with. Even Keegan Leon Cachet is in the squad. He's also part of that group of players who can stand wickets. And 2 players in the dugouts waiting, Tanduenkosi Zuma and Khomolemo Phiri, both of them as well, wicket keepers. So we are not short of wicket keepers here in South Africa. Dian Khalim is busy just fixing up the backdrop. He's dropping them because they actually are obstructing the batter's view. Well, it wasn't something that was prepared, but because of that, we have time to just look through who is going to be playing the opening batter with Zakir Hassan at the top of the order, Mahidul Islam Boyan Angkon. So Islam Angkon will be opening the strike.
And of course, we've got our 2 umpires. The standing umpire that's going to be taking the first over, Yuri Sedler, who does hail from this side of the country, and also the former Proteas player Mtokosizi Shezi is currently at that square leg.
Only a single change for South Africa, but the starting 11 for Bangladesh, the captain, Zakir Hassan, Mafijul Islam. But remember, he's opening the batting at the top of the order, not Ifkita Hussein Ifti, Shahadat Dipu, Samiun Bashir Ratul, and Moin Khatun. But the game begins now with Dayan Khalim and getting an extra bounce at the top of the order.
Good first up ball there from Dayan Khalim. We did speak about hitting that about 4.5, 5 meter area to get something out of it.
Mafijul Islam opening the batting with captain Zakir Hassan. A difference in height as well. We're speaking about those 5 meter lines where you need to hit the surface. There's no demons when we were there just looking at it. The grass is perfectly rolled down flat, which should expect at the start of the innings the ball to carry very nicely, to rush the batter, to get some good bounce. But as time goes on, we do expect that grass to just pick up a little bit and slow the surface down.
Yeah, definitely. We do expect that it might get a bit slower and lower. And that is maybe... It's a very contrast, because you're thinking that Bangladesh will probably come with a lot of spinners. I don't know if South Africa then will know that in that second innings they're going to have to contain with a lot of spin on a slow and low wicket type of a thing. But we're just looking at the average scores in the Titans Premier League last year at Groenkloof Oval, and the first innings is just 199. So it shows that it's a wicket that's lack of runs.
Good short ball from Dan Khalim. Did speak that we were going to get some good pace with the new ball and the fresh surface initially. So it's going to be important for South Africa, firstly, to be able to use the new ball and use the surface well, something that USA was unable to do on Wednesday. And then on top of that, it's going to be on Bangladesh to work hard and just apply themselves for the first couple of overs, so that they are in tune with the pace of the wicket.
And what we've seen from this over startup from Dayan Khalim is that he has actually bowled in different areas. We've seen, I think the second ball is a bit of a fuller one. There's been a shorter one. There's been a back of a length one type of a thing. So I think he's just taking this over just to see which part of the wicket will actually give him the results that he's looking for early on here. But obviously as a coach, probably you want to say that just get it up and full first up. Let's try to get as much movement as possible, especially when you've got the 2 slips behind. You want to make them work.
Ooh, what a nut from Dayan Khalim. As you were speaking about it, KG, he lands it exactly where he needs to. What a way to end the over, and what a way to start the innings for South Africa. It's a maiden bowled by Dayan Khalim. No run scored after 1 over.
A very good ball there to end it off from Dayan Khalim. As we take a look at that again, just looks like it pitches on and around that 5th stump area and just leaves the batter. That is the kind of a ball, in terms of the movement and the length that you're looking for. Probably you want to get it a touch straighter so that you entice the batter to get his bat to it. Because you can see he got his bat to it, but because it's a little bit wider, then he was able to miss it. So you want to bowl that length. You want to bowl a bit straighter to just get the batter to get a feel of it and feel, especially batters up front. What they want to do is that they want to feel bat on ball up front. So if you get that one to be a bit straighter and leave him a touch, you feel like, oh, I want to get some bat to it, and that's where you're going to get your slip fielders in particular in play.
Bayanda Majola Let's see if he can do that. Bowling to the Bangladesh captain Zakir Hassan, the left hand at the top of the order. Good extra bounce from Bayanda Majola. He has good pace behind him as well, Majola. And that's the thing. When you start off an innings, KG, you really want to be as close to the stumps as possible because the batter is tentative just to start off his innings. So if you make him prod at the ball because he believes that the stumps are in action, that means that you as a bowler are in action too.
Definitely. Good to see Bayanda Majola also getting a game here. One of the exciting players that's coming up. We speak about the South African cricket taking stock and what do we have in terms of fast bowlers. Who are the next crop of players that are going to replace your Lungi Ngidi and KG Rabada?
Big hit. Janko Smith is at third man. And he does have the lookings of being that type of player, doesn't he?
Definitely. I mean, you just look at him, he looks like a nice athlete. Powerful when he approaches the crease, and you can see the ball carrying when he bowls. So it's definitely one of those players that is an exciting prospect for the future. So it's good to get some international games at the emerging level early on.
He and the exciting Ngobani Mokoena as well. Oh, very exciting talent indeed. Draws Zakir Hassan forward. That's what we're speaking about. Make him believe that the stumps are in play.
That's exactly what you need, especially when you're coming over the wicket to a lefty, getting the ball across. You can get the lefty sometimes not sure of their areas. Where do they want to play? As we take a look at that, as you look at that, because of the angle that is coming from, he almost looks like the ball is coming straight, but it just pitches and just keeps on going.
You understand that after making him do that, you want him to drive again, so he pushes it a bit fuller. Majola. 2 slips. They have extra cover. They have man standing at point. You'll just be hoping for that again. A little movement away from the lefty as well. He's on it. Good wheels as well from Majola.
Definitely on it. Good wheels. You can just see where the keeper is taking the ball. Taking it at about that shoulder height. So with Bayanda Majola, you can see early on here that there's some good pace that is extracting from this pitch. We spoke about maybe getting slow a bit later. Look at that. Just pitches and leaves the batter. Spoke about it maybe getting slow a little bit earlier, but one, there's still life in it. You're going to have to find it.
My goodness. This is some good stuff from Bayanda Majola. It's a fast bowling masterclass. Only inches away from the edge of the bat. Well, questions being asked of Zakir Hassan. Question being asked after Bangladesh emerging. It's 2 for no loss after 2 overs.
Very good over there from Bayanda Majola. Reminds me of a one Makayantini coming over the wickets to lefties, just getting the ball to just leave them at good pace. So very good over as we take a look at that again. This good pace, that good bounce, just getting everything. Like I say, because of the eye level of the lefties, looking at him going across, the ball pitches and just leaves him. Very good bowling.
It's a wild swing from Mafijul Robin.
Very wild. Second one, actually. He did play a very wild swing also against Bayanda Majola in the previous over. That just went to the third man. And that's very big encouragement for a bowler early on. Getting the ball to move, to bounce, and you've got a batter that's looking like he's in a hurry to get some runs. So you just be patient, put the ball in that area, you're going to get him.
Mafijul, Islam. Nickname Robin, which is what is written on the back of his shirt. Plays his cricket for Agrani. Yet to play for Bangladesh. Looks set to make his way there if he continues on this vein of form. A career average of 46. His last couple of innings, pretty handy. 77 versus Zimbabwe A, but when we look at his work for Agrani, he shows that he can do that. Into the gap, Mitchell van Buren is pretty quick across the ground and he keeps it to 1.
I like that, and I'm looking at the fielding positions. I like that there is that a bit of gap that you have there in that cover area, especially early on, because we did see that there is movement going. So that gap there, it basically entices the batter to think that there's a space that he can hit the ball through, and that's why you've got the 2 slip, so that if you just get that edge, you can get him. But it's a game of, you've got 2 slips, you want them to work, you're going to put it in that area, but then you're going to say to the batter also, we actually do want you to drive, because there's no one that's actually in that cover. There's a big gap between almost an extra cover and a point. So I like that from South Africa. It's nice and positive and aggressive cricket early on.
And the big thing is that the bowlers are bowling to it as well. They're not throwing the plan out of the water. Dan Khalim comes around the wickets to the left-hander. And exactly that, still outside the off stump. If you are going to go straight, you're at least on that 2 off line between the off stump and the middle stump. You're still forcing the batter to play the ball into that offside space, and you're still bringing the outside edge and those 2 slips into play.
Definitely, because there's nothing as probably annoying, for lack of better words, of having a plan but not actually. You have to bowl to the plan. That's exactly what South Africa is doing, or South Africa Imagine rather, is doing up front. They've got a plan and they're sticking to it.
You can hear the chats behind praising the lengths of Dayan Khalim, and it is the lengths here, because if you do go any fuller, we are speaking about a fresh surface, a fresh ball, so it does have speed behind it. So if you go a little bit fuller than what you have to be, that's an easy drive for the batter. Nice half volley that can go for a boundary, etc., etc. So the length here, bringing the ball to the top of the off stump, hitting the high part of the meat of the bat, making it uncomfortable to play the ball, is what the South Africans want. Oh, it's excellent bowling.
And we spoke about how crucial the first 10 overs in particular are going to be on this wicket in particular. And just looking at the 2 bowlers so far in the first 3 overs, that they definitely know that they have to make this wicket play with the new ball in hand, getting that movement. The contrast also, you see that from Dayan Khalim, because he does have the ability to bowl around the wickets, get the ball to bounce, and actually leave the left-hander. So there's 2 different modes of attack. Bayanda Majola decides that he stays over the wicket to a lefty, where Dayan Khalim actually comes around.
Oh, he's looking so smooth, Bayanda Majola. Even the way he's running up looks ominous. The areas that he is hitting are pitch perfect.
Yeah, very good start here. Like I said, it's always exciting to see cricket at this level in terms of the emerging and what the players have got in here. And as you see that just pitches and leaves the batter. So he does seem like he's doing almost the same thing for both the batters. It can be difficult sometimes when you bowl into right and left, because then you have to change the line of attack. But he's done that so well. He's bowled 3 balls in the previous over. The last 3 balls that he bowled to the lefty were just perfect. Comes now, has to bowl to the righty, and is almost continuing on the same way. Getting the ball to almost go straight, but pitch and leave the batter. Both sides for the lefty and righty. So very exciting here up front from Bayanda Majola.
It's incredible control. It's very good control, because you're coming from the same side of the wickets as well. when you're bowling to a Zakir Hassan, you are deliberately pushing the ball away from the wickets, away from your body as well. Now you have to make an instant adjustment, but your adjustment can't be too much. You still have to be outside that off stump, and now you're bowling across your body to push the ball away from the right-hander. It's excellent stuff from Bayanda Majola.
Like that, he's always in your face, isn't he? He's always bringing the ball at you. That's why a couple of times you've seen a bit of a play and miss, because he's in and around in that area. I like the grouping early on here from Bayanda Majola, making sure that he's pitching the ball in and around the same area all the time. That is what consistency does. At the end of the day, or with the consistency, it's going to allow you to get those wickets simply because you've worked for them. Because most of the time with the wickets, it's not actually the wicket ball, it's the work that's been done before.
And it's all cumulative. An over is its own little story, it's its own little song, and so you must string it together so that at the end of it all, the story can be read and can be told. And right now, Bayanda Majola is stringing it together outside of that off stump, asking those questions of Mafijul, is it the ball to play?
The exciting thing that you've seen also is that to the left he gets the ball to move away, also to the righty. But then the right-hander now is thinking that he's actually got the ability to bring it into me.
Which is what it does, bowls it much, much straighter. Richard Seletwan is there at mid-wicket, and it's a maiden over from Bayanda Majola, so both he and Dayan Khalim have been stingy. After 4 overs, it's 3 for no loss for Bangladesh emerging.
A very good start here from the South Africa emerging. Definitely not giving anything away, stingy with the runs. Exciting also is not bowling the extras. I think yesterday when we were doing the women's game, they bowled 15 extras in the first 9-10 overs. But you're looking at here, there's a lot of discipline bowling from both the opening bowlers. Really making sure that they're making good use of the new ball.
Big outside edge, Bayanda Majola running around at third, and that's wicket number 1. The pressure tolls, and Bangladesh crack. It's their captain at the top of the order, looking to free his arms, and the only thing he's freed are the celebrations from the South African emerging team. After well-worked pressure, it's the first wicket falling down for Bangladesh.
That wicket is worth 25 balls because of the 24 balls that were bowled prior to this and the pressure that they created. The 25th ball of this innings got a wicket, but it has been worked for by the South African men's emerging. And tell you what, that is a very good catch from Bayanda Majola, because how often do you see pace bowlers in particular, as we take a look at that again, just going across, obviously the ball is leaving him, but that just gets the wicket. How often do you see that a bowler, especially a fast bowler, after they've bowled their over, they come to the third man or fine leg area, and then they relax a little bit, or they start thinking about the next over? First ball of this over, Bayanda Majola was alert because he knows that he's still part of the game. Big edge, running to his right, safely in his hands. That's a very good combination. Good bowling and good fielding here from South Africa men's emerging.
We were speaking about his athleticism, and that is exactly what showcased here. Great shots that we can see, and the distance that he had to run to get there. It was really nicely done from Bayanda Majola. He's standing in front of us trying to ignore us. He can hear us.
And that is the thing that we're speaking about the modern day. We're speaking about modern cricket. Is that back in the days you had fast bowlers where they just said, my job is just to bowl and then I'm done. But then now the game has changed so much that we require all 11 fielders to be alert all the time. So if you've got an athlete of a bowler and also on the field, then you know that you don't have a -1 type of a thing, and then you can depend on everyone. And that is exactly what has been showcased there. After bowling good 2 overs, being able to run and still catch a ball.
Ooh, Shahadat Hussein is greeted by a fiery Dayan Khalim.
Never shy of a short one here, Dan Khalim. That's what we call chin music early on here. Let's get those dancing shoes on.
Shahadat Hussein has played for Bangladesh, made his debut back in 2021, or back in 2023 rather. That's the ball he receives. Goodness me, that is well directed from Dayan Khalim, moving and following him. Oh, this is insanely good bowling from the South African emerging.
You know, the shorter ball is actually called an effort ball. So every time when you put in an effort, you want it to do something to the batter. And that is the result that you see. The following ball after that is that when you go a short ball, then the batter is not too sure what you're going to bring up next. And you can see that the feet are not moving so well. You're not really sure where you want to go. So very good bowling and a very good backup ball there from Dayan Khalim.
Oh, he's making him play at everything. The batter has no choice. He has to play those deliveries.
Literally just one setup ball. That first ball was the setup to just say to him that I've got that short one, but what else do I have? So after that, you can just see, if you see the following two balls, look at this one. Hardly any feet in there. Oh, that's the short ball that he bowled previously. But if you see the other balls, there's hardly any. It's just a bit of a planting of that front foot rather than going forward, because he knows that there's a short ball. There's a fiery short ball from Dayan Khalim.
And don't forget the fact that he has the one that can come back to the right-hander as well. So slowly and slowly creating the separation between the bat and the body. Oh, big outside edge. Richard Seletwan is in question. However, the ball just leading too much. JP King is going to collect it at the point boundary and keep it down to 2 runs. It's streaky here for Shahadat Hussein.
Almost a cut and paste of the previous wicket, actually, because that was also a leading edge looking to go to the leg side. As we take a look at that again, looking to go to the leg side, but that touch of movement that Dayan Khalim has is it what's causing trouble here for both the batters.
Oh, he's got it here. You can just see his efforts and feel it as he bowls through the crease, Dayan Khalim. When things are going like this your way, you just want that ball into your hands. And the way that he's running in, he's a man hungry for more wickets. He bowls a sensational over. 5 for 1 after 5 overs.
Look at that from Dayan Khalim. He's really in it here. The most exciting thing also that you've seen about Dayan Khalim is the energy. If you look at that, the whole over, he was just in your face every time, whether it's short or it's fuller. Look at that third ball, no feet, almost there. Very good bowling from Dayan Khalim. Good partnership in the bowling and process, yeah?
The job is much more easier for the team when your bowlers are doing what they have to. That's a wonderful punch. Very nicely done from Mafijul. Running hard, JP King, but this Groenkloof surface is picturesque and is as slick as water. It's going to slip away for 4 runs. Very nicely done from Mafijul.
Very good batting there from Mafijul, but you're just looking at Bayanda Majola, and I'm saying that do not be discouraged by that. That is still a ball in a good area, just a good shot. It does happen. But if you just take a look at that, just stood up so tall in it, a top shot there from the batter.
It's very nicely done from Mafijul.
Yeah.
Shows a player who has the ability. Leading edge, done by a little bit of the extra pace coming from Bayanda Majola. But his work for Agrani, Mafijul, scored a couple of centuries in the 50-over competition. An undefeated 127 versus Rupganj. 147 versus City Club, and even for Bangladesh emerging versus Zimbabwe emerging last month, scoring an unbeaten 77. Goes down to the leg side. Fine leg is very square, but ball's being slowed down because of the padding. They're going to come back for 2 leg byes.
Just losing his way a little bit here with the last 2 balls just being a touch too straight. I don't know if maybe it's a discouragement of being hit for 4 in that first ball, which I think bowl it over and over again. It's not always going to go for 4 because that is the perfect line and length that you actually want to bowl at. It was just a good shot. So then Bayanda Majola needs to get it in his head that he has got hit for a 4, but not because of a bad ball.
Mm-hmm. Goes back to it, but now it's just a touch straighter, and it seems like you are correct. We're talking about Dayan Khalim's previous over about the short ball having an effect on the batter and how he has to play the ball. We sometimes discount what a really good shot of a good ball can do to a bowler as well. Just knock him off his rhythm every now and then. And that's what we're just seeing here. It's not a bad over by any means, but it's not as good as his first 2. That's
There
it.
we go.
That's it.
That's it right there. That ball is not too dissimilar from the ball that got hit for a 4. But because it was just a good shot, it's not something that's going to happen over and over again. So Bayanda Majola just needs to put it in his head that he just needs to keep on putting the ball there because not every time it's going to go for 4. So we take a look at that again. Similar type of a ball to the first ball, but the result is different.
Now that's going to get him back with the last ball of the over. Goes back a little bit straighter. Good single here from Mafijul. Bangladesh win 1 back. It has been 5-0 South Africa. Now it's 5-1 after 6 overs. It's 12 for 1.
Yeah, definitely good over, you'd say, from Bangladesh. That's their over that they hope that it sets them up for the next few overs again. Still in power play. Not getting away from South Africa, still going at a run rate of just 2 to the over. So you're going to say there's still a long way to go here, but it is just that over from Bayanda Majola that 4 maybe sets him off a little bit, went a little bit too straight for the rest of the over. Then there was those 2 balls that were a bit wider, which is exactly where it needs to be, that 5th ball. If he can just continue with that 5th ball over and over again.
Dan Khalim's line has been relentless. My word. His length too. We actually have been seeing it over the past couple of seasons, in particular last season.
Yeah.
He really came onto it. His partnership with Janko Smith and Dwan Jansen for the Titans was pristine, which is why he was 50 over player of the year as well for the Titans.
That 4th stump, 4.5 meters, 5 meters, is the gold with a new ball here at Groenkloof Oval.
Oh, this is good. Wow, it's very immaculate from Dayan Khalim.
You almost want to say it's too good to even get an edge.
I can agree with that if you had to say it. We were speaking about how fitter he looks. He's hungrier. You can just see on his release, his whole body is going through the crease. His whole body is being behind the ball. That's why there's so much energy behind it. Big edge. It's going to come down to the commentary booth. It's going to be 4 runs. Very quick. And something for Mafijul to just have some relief for.
As a bowler, you're not too disappointed with that. You do have a fielder. It's maybe not fine enough. You, however, do know that it's one of those that can just be easily be a miss-hit that could go straight to the fielder.
You even saw with Mafijul For a moment, he was asking if Majola is going to get to the ball. He was already taken a really good catch, covering a lot of distance. But now he's coming a bit more straighter. So if another situation of that sort had to happen, he would definitely cover his ground.
Yeah, I think that's the difference. I think the previous ball was a bit straighter rather than being finer. So he wanted him to be in this area that he is currently standing at, be much closer to that ball, that mishit.
It's not easy goings here for Mafijul. He's a really good player, only 22 years old, but he's facing a hungry Dayan Khalim, currently 29 years old. Really getting into his own. Player of the match in the previous game. Spectacular both with the bat and the ball, and he came in a time with the bats when South Africa were reeling at 146 for 6. Rallied them to a score of over 250. Does the talking with the ball. Outside edge. Soft hands from Mafijul. Caleb Selega down at third man. Keeps it to 1.
You can see Mafijul is starting to get quite comfortable. There's a couple of boundaries that he's had in the last 2 overs. 2 boundaries that he's had in the last 2 overs. But obviously, this previous ball, a very, very thick outside edge down to that third man.
Shahadat Hussain on strike with the last ball of the over 7. It's a wild swing. You're seeing what's happening on the other side of the surface, and I don't think that would be the smartest shot for the situation. However, it's survival and the end of over number 7. Bangladesh emerging 17 for 1. Mafijul on 12. Shahadat on 2. And we are going to have a commentary change. We're going to be joined by Zubair Saleh.
Good morning, Pendulo and all our viewers. So far, after 7 overs, Bangladesh are 17 for 1. It seems like it was a good call to bowl first so far, especially what Dayan Khalim going great guns. The first few overs, the first over he was a bit up and down in terms of length, but he's really come through the Pendulo, and he's making it really difficult for this top order of Bangladesh emerging.
Yeah, that's why he also got the wicket, didn't he? The man with the ball right now, Banda Majola, grabbing the catch. Here he comes, bowling to Mafijul. Goes a bit fuller. This is good. And even with Majola, it was just that boundary that he was hit in the previous over, which made him lose his lines and lengths for about 3 deliveries until he got it back. And so even with Khalim, his first over, I think KG puts it very well. He was just finding what the pitch is doing in different areas. A short ball here, one that is a little bit wide here, back of a length here. But now he's really settled into it. Majola, apart from those 4 balls we were speaking about, has just been there the whole time.
He really has, Bayanda Majola. He's bowled good length. And that 4 we speak of, it was a good cricketing shot. Someone with experience, Islam, back foot punch, not an easy shot to play. So Majola shouldn't be too disheartened. He's bowled well these few overs.
Oh, that's the first poor delivery from Majola. Down the leg, it's actually the first poor delivery of the entire match. As good as Daniel Smith is behind the stumps, he cannot stop that one. It's 5 wides.
Yeah, as soon as it's delivered, he turned around and he apologized to the captain that, sorry, my bad. And you see him just with wrist positioning, trying to get that in swinger in and doing a bit too much, getting the line wrong on that particular delivery.
The one thing he can grab solace from is that he actually did get the ball to move. He did get it to get that in swinging movement. However, the line was just a little bit wrong. And look at how exaggerated that movement was. The length was perfect. The movement was perfect, but the line was utterly poor, and he knows it as well.
And good comeback by him. If you see the next delivery, the previous one he's bowled, that's what he was going for.
It's very good. Mafijul was a little bit tentative on what he wanted to do with that ball. Gets a leading edge. Janko Smith is down at the bottom. And just looking at what Dayan Khalim and Bayanda Majola are able to extract from the surface, it's frightening to see what Janko Smith then is going to come out and do as well.
Yes, because Janko Smith, with his height, and from the first over, we've seen that Dayan Khalim has opted for that short delivery, and it's come off very well. And Janko, we know that's what he, relies on a lot as well.
That's that extra bounce. A little bit heavy on Shahadat's bat. It goes over the slip cordon. Janko Smith misfields, so they're going to run back for two. Excellent awareness from the Prime Bank batter.
Not what we expect from the Proteas fielders. That's something that we are well known for around the globe, is our fielding. So it happens.
But now at this level, good enough batters will be able to exploit that, which is exactly what they do. Last ball for Majola. Good ball from Majola. It's 8 overs done. 25 for 1.
Pendulo, what's good to see is Majola coming in and bowling to like Shahadat Hossain and Islam as well. It's the confidence coming off under 19 and really making himself like he doesn't fear the experience that he's facing and so forth. He is reliant on his basics, what he's doing, and he's doing really well.
He's got really good fundamentals. Shahadat Hossain has played for the Bangladesh men's team, has 6 test matches under him and a couple of T20s, but vastly experienced at 24 years old. Shahadat Hossain plays his cricket in the Dhaka Premier League, plays for Prime City Bank. Have the likes of Mamadullah in that team. Last year we were doing the under-19s Bangladesh team playing with South Africa under-19, and their captain Azizul Hakim also playing for Prime City Bank. Had a couple of centuries last season too in the Dhaka Premier League versus Mohammedan versus the Brothers Union, scoring 105. But still a bit tentative. Mafijul, even though he's faced 33 deliveries, so you never feel like you're settled. You settled then.
A lot of credit has to go to Dayan Khalim and Majola as well. They've bowled good line and length deliveries, and they've tested these Bangladeshi batsmen, the top order, over and over. They haven't given freebies away. And as a batsman, next ball, what's going to happen? I need to. There we go. I need to focus every single delivery because it's been pitched in the right areas. There is a bit of bounce. There is a bit of movement. Hence we said that winning the toss and bowling first, they are really utilizing the new ball well here, the Proteas emerging bowlers.
And as a batter, you don't want to think You don't want to think. You just want to see the ball and execute all of the loads that you've put into the nets. And so when the bowlers are bowling deliveries that constantly have to make you think, ball after ball after ball, like that, you have to think about your stumps, you have to think about line, you have to think about length, you need to think about positioning, you have to think. It gets exhausting because you just want one ball that's going to give you a bit of freedom and score runs, because the more you think, the more it takes you away from your ability to score runs, which is your primary job.
What also helps is rotating the strike. That's something that we haven't seen in this 8.4 overs. Yes, the bowling has been excellent, but there is that option of rotating the strike. Don't wait for the bad ball, push for the single. And that's something we haven't seen from the Bangladeshi top order as yet.
It does become risky with this bowling though, doesn't it? Because the fielding is also prime. Good stuff from Captain Mitchell van Buren. The singles and the twos that they've been able to get have been streaky. And a thick inside edge here, a heavy leading edge there. Misfield, only one though from Janko Smith that gave them an extra run. Even the boundaries coming in a little bit streakily. It's not easy. Lovely. They finally get something that they can breathe out of, but it's still, the connection is not sweet enough. Mitchell van Buren is quick across the ground. He's going to keep that to 2.
Mitchell van Buren being one of the fastest fielders around in the country, he does well to stop it and get 2 only. Bangladesh 2 only. So Bangladesh are 28 for 1 after 9 overs.
The next game, USA will be playing against Bangladesh Emerging. They had good fight, the USA team. And one of the bowlers who was at it versus USA, Janko Smith, really has had a great start to his professional career. Janko Smith, it only took him 1 season to work his way to the SA Emerging team. So who knows how far he's going to take it if it continues in this trajectory. Made his debut back in 2025, which was last year for the Titans.
Janko Smith, local boy, he knows the ground around this part of the world pretty well. That's what he's done. He's used it against the USA team. First ball, right there. Good line, good length.
Ooh, nice and full. He's just going to have to find his groupings, just like Dayan Khalim and Bayanda Majola did. The last thing you want to be is be the guy who's going to disrupt the rhythm of the bowling, disrupt the rhythm of executing what has been perfect plans so far from the South Africa Emerging team.
Half-hearted appeal on the delivery. Nothing much in it going down.
Not the stuff from Janko Smith. But we're going to forgive. It is the first over of his spell. Dan Khalim took his time to get in, took his first over. But Janko Smith will not want to offer any more of those. And I think with his height, that good length is going to be a bit more of a pest than what it was when Majola or Khalim were bowling it. So that's what he has to find. Yes, that is the length, and now it's just a matter of getting the line perfect.
We said earlier on, Janko Smith, with his height, he relies a lot on that short pitch delivery, that bounces. He gets that extra bounce. Someone like our ex-Protea Morne Mokkel as well, from Goodland. And that's why he was picked up by Super Kings for the SA20. He only managed to play one game in there. But a good prospect for the Proteas moving forward. As you said, he's coming through the ranks pretty quickly.
They were down a bowler at the Titans during the 4-day series back in the 2024-25 season. They needed a replacement. Janko Smith came in and he impressed. He impressed quite well. Took 3 wickets in his very first innings. And he's been part of that first-class team ever since.
So we just a ball away from the first power play and the first power play. Yes, Bangladesh does not have many runs on board. But what they have done is they haven't lost many wickets as well.
I think that's what they're going to take solace from, Bangladesh, as they finish the first power play. 10 overs. It's very slow, but it's a rebuilding process. It's 29 for 1, and from those 29, 26 come from the partnership of Mahfijul and Shahadat Hossain. And I believe with an early wicket and still with 40 overs to go, the ball doing so much, the bowlers doing so much, as Bangladesh you can look at it and say, okay, we've survived a little bit of a storm.
They really have. If you look at that last delivery from Janko Smith as well, batsman played it, Islam played it with soft hands, almost chopping on, going over. But there is that thinking, that experience comes into play, that they haven't gone and there hasn't been any wild shots. Yes, they haven't got many runs away, but they are there.
That's sweetly struck. Caleb Seleka backing up his bowler excellently well, preventing what could have been a boundary and keeping it to 1.
A bit of width given, cut shot played. The point fielder felt that he was in the game, but not really. It's been a while since we've seen any width given by Dayan Khalim.
Yeah, just one ball. It was a great fielding effort from Andile Mokhakane, standing at backward point. Goes a bit straighter. Janko Smith is going to come collect at the fine leg. He's bringing those stumps into play. I think it's just compensated a bit too much for the first wide ball.
There's been a change in field. That square leg fielder has gone to deep square leg. It's because of that short pitch delivery, and Bangladeshi top order hasn't looked convinced playing that shorter delivery. So extra protection for him there.
Oh, they've been looking very streaky. You are correct. It was a top edge that went down for 4, and now that one hitting the bottom edge of the bat, and he didn't look convinced through his shot.
Not at all, not at all. Not a shot you would want to play. We've just said that they've batted well so far. Yes, it was a short pitch delivery, but he should be looking to play that on the off and not going, for that pull shot. Almost losing his wicket there.
Was mightily close to hitting the stumps. The slip cordon was not overreacting when they had their hands on their head. Very, very close to hitting the stumps. You'll be happy there, Shahadat. Goodness me. It might be Dayan Khalim's final over though. 6 over spell. Andile Mokgakane bowled very well, took 3 wickets on Thursday. He's loosening up, Mokgakane, the Warriors bowler, and so he should replace Dayan Khalim after this over.
It's been an excellent bowling by Dayan Khalim so far. 5.5 overs, conceded 13 runs and getting that wicket off the Bangladeshi captain.
Yeah. And with the options that they have, is going to come back a little bit later. And because he's a hit-the-deck bowler as well, he can use an older ball too, Dayan Khalim. Oh, gets the outside edge. Maybe he wants another over now after that. It goes past where third slip would be. Stomped by third man. Caleb Seleka ends over number 11. 32 for 1.
I think that would be the end of the spell for him. He's bowled really well. He's put everything there. He's left nothing out in the tank. Excellent spell by Dayan Khalim there. Catching that outside edge. He would have hoped the fielder grabbed that one as well to repay his excellent line and length that he's bowled in these 6 overs.
The Bangladeshis are still trying to find their feet there. And the more they stay on, bang! They don't stay on. The top of off stump has been hit. The perfect fast bowler's delivery from Janko Smith. It takes the wicket of Shahadat Hossain, and it's 32 for 2.
It just seems like he caught him. He was waiting on the back foot for that delivery. The feet was nowhere. Pitched out full, takes it off stump out. Good delivery, good delivery. He caught Shahadat Hossain off guard from that delivery. It nipped back very well as well.
That is the perfect in-moving delivery. It's perfect. The length, excellent. Draws the drive, creates the separation between the bat and pad, and opens the gate to the stumps. It's magical. Oh, it's perfect. Good luck playing that. Second wicket down. Yes, you can celebrate, Janko Smith.
Shahadat Hossain, there was that front movement, but not enough to cover the line of the delivery. Yes, there was movement. Had he gone slightly further out, he might have covered the line of the delivery. But take nothing away from Janko Smith there. He's pumped up, and as you said, he has every reason to.
No, that is such a sweet delivery from Janko Smith. Brings in batter number 4 coming in for Bangladesh. Has to face the music.
Iftikhar Ifti, first delivery. Feet is nowhere. Excellent delivery by Janko Smith. Once again, he's gone round the wicket for the left-hander. Keeping that channel, the 5th stump channel going.
And with the ball nipping into the right-hander, it means it's going to be dangerous for the left-hander because it's going to move away. All you need is a slight movement. That one keeping straight. That one hitting the outside part of the bat. 3 fielders converge. Dayan Khalim with the collection. Going to be 2 runs. Iftikhar Hussain Ifti is off the mark with a couple.
Yes, you'd say well played, but it just took the outside half of the bat. Not convincing as yet.
And when we speak about having a fresh surface, this is how you use it. This is how you use a new ball. This is how you use greenery on the wicket.
back of the length that time. More onto the body. Having seen Iftikhar Hussein Ifti, this first 3-4 deliveries, he looks a bit of a laid-back batsman. And that's what Bangladesh would want at this point in time, not to lose any more wickets. They don't need aggression.
Janko Smith is forcing it out of them, though. You can try to be relaxed, but if the delivery is asking something out of you, saying, drive me, play me, with that particular one, pull me, you have to engage, otherwise you let the bowler take the upper hand.
The wicket of Shahadat Hussain as well as Iftikhar Hussain, what we are seeing is they are a lot on the back foot.
Oh, brings him into the front foot. Nice and full from Janko Smith. Umpire Shezi is not interested in the appeal. A successful over for Janko Smith. Takes a perfect delivery to get his first wicket. It's 34 for 2.
That movement of the deck did it for Shahadat Hussain. That it was a perfect delivery. You're right. Is the one he'll go back in the evening and look at it over and over. Is the one he'll download and send it to his friends.
Bayanda Machola is going to change ends. He's bowled a couple of overs. Wants a taste of where Dayan Khalim was running from. Probably will want to join the two Titans bowlers in the wicket-taking column. An exclamation mark of a ball from Janko Smith to get his wicket. Can Majola deliver the same? Starts off short, goes onto the hip. Daniel Smith with the shy at the stumps, misses. It's 1 run for Mafijul.
The Bangladeshi batsmen don't look comfortable with a shorter delivery. Not at all. They haven't been in control of the shot when it's that shorter delivery. And even for Bayanda now, you see that square leg dropped as deep square legs. So they want to attack. They want to go short of the length for the Bangladeshi batsmen.
Oh, pushes at it. Majola. We saw him when he was bowling to the captain Zakir Hassan. That is where he was bowling it. The ball just moving away from the left-hander, drawing that front foot stroke and drawing the bat to the ball. It's exactly what he does there.
It's been that 5th stump line that Dayan Khalim, Majola and now Janko Smith has been bowling this morning session.
Ooh, he has no idea. There's no idea, Iftikhar, what that was. And he's a great player, Iftikhar Hussain. Really scores tons of runs when it comes to the 50-over competitions, playing his cricket in the Dhaka Premier Division with the Dhaka Leopards, alongside his captain here, Zakir Hassan. He had a string of 6 innings where he scored half centuries over and over again. But now he takes the edge. It's absolutely wonderful from Bayanda Majola. It's great bowling from the South African emerging team. Iftikhar Hussain couldn't do much with that, except edge it into the hands of Mudira Jitego. And it's wicket number 3 falling for the Bangladeshis.
Pendulo, it's that 5th stump line again. What has happened is 2 balls ago, he had a similar delivery that left the batsman. Last delivery just held its line. This one moving away slightly off the deck and outside edge. One of the easiest catches for the slip fielder there.
Oh, what can you do with that? What can you possibly do? There's a safe box that every batter feels like they have. Every coach tells you, play the ball under the eye. What do you do when it's under the eye and you still get the edge? He questions and challenges the batter in their safe space. There's that little box that you have just under your chin. And if the ball is under your chin and you still can't play it correctly, that means that is a sensational delivery, which is exactly what Bayanda Majola does, and an easy catch for Mudiri Ditego.
There was a bit of extra bounce as well that did the batsman there. But it's that line and length that the South African emerging bowlers have been bowling this morning.
Mudiri Ditego is having a good time so far. Couple of runs in the warm-up games, couple of runs in the first game versus USA 50. Now a very good catch standing at first slip. Bayanda Majola, they're on fire. Bayanda Majola on fire.
Again, first up, slightly wider this time. Not the fifth stump line, batsman leaving it there. Mahfijul Islam on that ball.
It is Islam Ankon currently on strike. If it continues like this, maybe Islam Ankon might be on strike no longer. What an over from Bayanda Majola. A return, a change of ends, and a wicket. 35 for 3 after 13.
Change of ends, but same precision in line and length. And that's what has got the reward. As we said, the first 10 overs, Bangladesh emerging, their strength was they had only lost 1 wicket. They never looked comfortable. What these 3 overs have brought is 2 wickets, and they still don't look comfortable. Every new batsman that has come in, they just don't look comfortable.
And to be very fair, it's nothing about the conditions. It is about the quality of bowling that South Africa have been producing. There are a little bit of demons on the surface, but it's one thing if there's that. It's a completely different thing if the bowlers are skilled enough to let those demons come to life. And that's exactly what the 3 fast bowlers have done so far. Dayan Khalim started it off perfectly. Now Janko Smith joined the party. Bayanda Majola also in it. Just wondering what's causing a delay a little bit. Something went into the eyes of the batter.
That's what it is. Mahfijul Islam holding the fort at this point in time for Bangladesh. But something has gone into his eye, and physio runs on. It looks like we're going to have drinks break.
We'll take that, but Bayanda Majola should have a drink for that delivery. All the balls have just been so sweet. The first wicket was caused by tons of pressure. Maiden over, and then you have to go for it. It takes a huge outside edge, and it was a good catch from Bayanda Majola. Then the next 2 wickets were just peach deliveries. A wonderful, wonderful in-nipper from Janko Smith, still probably the ball of the day. And then Bayanda Majola with a very close second best ball of the day to get the wicket of Islam Hussain. But now we're going to take a little bit of a drink after 13 overs.
We're back after that drinks break. The Janko Smith to continue with the bowling. They'll be very familiar with these conditions. Janko Smith, one of their tax players. So this is one of actually his home ground. So be knowing exactly how to operate on this kind of surface. He's already picked up a wicket. Another one. Oh, just put down. Healthy thick edge there to Diteko Mudiri at that first slip. Just put it down. The previous over took one from the bowling of Bayanda Majola. This time around, just a bit of hard hands there from Diteko Mudiri.
Excellent delivery once again by Janko Smith, asking the batsman to play at it. Diteko just slightly sort of an uncomfortable length for him to grab that, but he should be taking that at this level.
Yeah, that's one that should be taken, but what you want to do is you want to forget about it as quickly as possible, because it does look like that kind of a surface that Janko Smith might be getting a few more to go behind. A bit of a nice carry there. Yeah, it's one of those things, maybe your mind probably switches off just a little bit as you go to drinks break, and then when you come back, your mind is still at drinks. As we just take a look at that again. Oh, first slip, that should be taken.
That's exactly what it is, KG. Excellent delivery. Mafijul Islam, who's played relatively well these 13 overs, also flashes at it. Thick edge. And Mudiri, he should be taking that. At this level, you should be taking that. But it's that lapse in concentration coming after the drinks break, as you said, KG.
In there, but just over. Very good shot, positive shot, deposited over that cover area, and that goes down to the boundary for a 4.
Slightly fuller at that delivery. Mafijul Islam left nothing back. He threw everything at that. Good cricketing shot.
There'll be frustration for Janko Smith. And this time around, just a bit too short. Pulled away in that vacant square leg area. Another boundary, back-to-back boundaries in this over.
The previous delivery, he was too full. He tried to pull the length back a bit too short. It held up nicely in the pitch. And Mafijul Islam playing a good cricketing shot. Pulled between the square leg and fine leg. That's slightly finer. For an excellent 4 there.
I've got to think, like I said, the frustrations of creating an opportunity that was put down. Better there. Pull the length a little bit. And dot ball to end that over from Janko Smith. Yes, did go for 2 boundaries. However, not a bad over. As we move on to 43 for 3 after 14 overs.
Yes, as a fast bowler, he won't be happy with that first delivery after the drinks. Healthy edge should have been taken, dropped, and then you get hit for 2 boundaries. You can see the frustration boiling over as he walks over to the fine leg region.
Yeah, I think it is one of those things, especially when you know that a pitch becomes harder to bowl on. When you create an opportunity, you want it to be taken.
Bayanda Majola carrying on slightly back of the length. Half-hearted appeal there. Umpire Yuri Sedler having none of it.
Just gonna take a look at that opportunity created by... just probably just a bit too high there from Majola. Oh, again, just flashing outside that off stump. It's just one of those that, as a team, having created opportunity of who has been the main batter, sometimes when the catch go down, it can derail the team a little bit, feel a little bit dejected. But just having the team on 43 for 3, you've still got to remain positive and know that if you created an opportunity, the chance of creating another one is there. Just have to keep on hitting those lines and lengths.
That particular delivery, it looks like it died on him, but something the Bangladeshi batsman wouldn't want to see. The South African emerging bowlers have been so good with that off-stump channel, fifth stump line. And now, if the ball is dying on them, that's a new challenge they have to put up with.
If that happens quite a lot, and I think it's something that we did speak about, that we do see it dying a little bit as the day goes by. South Africa also won't be too pleased with a wicket that's dying too much, because they'll have to face up to it a bit later on. We do know Bangladesh will probably bring some quality spinners in. This time nice and full there from Bayanda Majola, just driven to that point fielder. It's been a good over so far. 4 dots. That's where the pressure comes from, bowling those dots. That's where you're going to get your wickets from. It just needs to stay in that area, create other opportunities that will be taken.
Credit to the Proteas emerging bowlers. That's what they've done this morning for the past 15 overs.
Once again, it's just in there, just making the better play all the time. That is the important thing. And that's where you get your edges from, because now when the batter gets a feel of the ball, a lot of times just that one that might be outside of the line might feel that he wants to throw his hands at it, because the confidence that he feels he have of feeling bat on ball. So that's how you create the opportunity, by making the batter keep on playing, just throw one wide once in a while. You still got those 2 slips, you still got a point very much behind.
That's a wide delivery. Losing his mark just a bit on that delivery by Bayanda Majola. Mahfijul Islam Ankon happy to let that one go. With that, Bangladesh emerging has moved on to 44 for 3 after 14.5 overs.
Ooh, once again, operating in that very dangerous area there, Bayanda Majola. Very, very good over from Bayanda Majola. Getting the ball to whack here, getting the pitch also whack here, getting the batter also to whack here, asking a lot of questions, honest questions that Bayanda Majola is asking here.
In that over, there's been so many play and miss deliveries. This was the best of the lot.
See, that exactly what we were talking about earlier, that you go straighter, get them to get bat on ball, and just get that one to just be a little bit wider, get them fishing at it.
That's what he's done when he got the previous wicket as well. It was the outswinger to the left-hander, then it was the straighter up, and then the third delivery, pitch of a delivery as well, outsider getting the edge.
Yanko Smith once again to Mahfijul Islam. Nice and straight, just fended off easily there from Mahfijul Islam. Of course, did nick him off in the previous over. Unfortunately, was put down by Diteko Modiri at that first slip. Something that, of course, Janko Smith is not happy with. But you've got to move on. You've got to try and create another opportunity. This time a bit too straight and just hit off the pads just for a single. As the fine leg comes around to do the cleanup.
Slightly touched too straight on that delivery. Mahfijul Islam, from that, after he's been dropped, he's looking to be a bit more aggressive. We've seen that over the top the boundary as well. He threw a kitchen sink at it. It was a good cricketing shot, but that's not what we saw the first 13 overs. Even this delivery, yes, it was in the zone, but he's trying to hit it a bit too hard at this point in time.
And if you're South African, imagine you don't mind that when a batter actually is trying to hit the ball too hard. Again, hitting the splice quite hard there from Janko Smith. It's probably one of those bowlers, you look at Janko Smith, it's probably one of those bowlers that you would say has got the ability to bowl what we call the heavy ball. Might not be the quickest bowling at 150, so but when the ball hits the splice of the bat, it is heavy, it is hard.
And here in Highveld, you do get value for those deliveries. You know, whether you are in Johannesburg or in Pretoria region, you do get value for those deliveries.
It's a good bouncer there from Janko Smith. He's a nice tall man also. So the nice thing about when, especially if he wants to hit like the top of the bat or the splice of the bat, is that he's not somebody that needs to bowl the ball too short, because naturally delivering from a high level, even if he's bowling at that about 4 meter area type of a thing, because of the height that he has, and he's a powerful man also, he gets the ball to bounce and get a bit more extra bounce and hit the bat quite hard. Oh, this time just fended off from Islam Ankon with a quick single to that mid-wicket area.
Pretty much like our ex-Protea Morne Morkel, sort of, tall, lanky bowler, and bowls that heavy ball, as you mentioned, that it's that extra bounce at times that the batsmen don't cater for.
Definitely, and it's something that such bowlers get it so natural and can be a lot of hard work for the batters to face up to. Ooh. It's again playing in that body, very good shot ball.
What the Bangladeshi batsman has done good this over is they've rotated their strike. Yes, they've been good balls, but they've touched down to fine leg, square leg, and rotated that strike.
And that's a very important aspect of building up a partnership after, especially because they lost the first wicket. There was a bit of a rebuild, but they lost 2 quick wickets. So you almost like have to restart once again, build a partnership. And the best way to do that early on is to try to get those single. What you don't want to do as a batter is to be facing up to the balls a little bit too much, because now the bowlers will work you out. Bayanda Majola to continue. So again, you see there that confidence that Mahfijul Islam has, hitting the ball slightly in the air, just bouncing a bit too short. Just come back for 3. Good running. But again, it's one of those, went hard at it, just bounced a bit short of that cover fielder.
Bit of a misfield there by Dayan Khalim. As we said, that since he's been put down, he's going a bit hard at the ball. And with that, Bangladesh emerging are 50 for 3.
Just a touch too wide there from Bayana Majola. You want him to get it a bit closer to the batter so that the batter can almost look to have a feel for it. The one thing that you don't want to do is for the batter to easily leave the ball. Want to make them play more times than not. So we're talking about that previous over that he bowled. He was operating in and around that fourth fist stump type of an area. And because you know that he does have that one that can come in slightly, so as the batter, you remain unsure. There it is. There it is. That area there. If you operate for that area long enough, it is just a matter of time until you find the edge once again.
The Proteas emerging bowlers have done that so well this morning in this 16.3 overs. There's been uncountable times when they've hit that line and length each and every over and missed that outside edge.
Got close, but too close probably to cut it from Islam Ankon. Sounded very hard also the way that it hit the bat. They got bowling from Majola here into his 7th over. He's really put up, he bowled a spell obviously from the other end. Took a bit of a break for about 4 overs or so, came back again. Because as we said, this is probably the best time. The first 20 overs or so will be the best time for this seamers to operate.
Mahfuzul Islam Ankon is one of 15 deliveries. But what he's done is he stayed over. As you mentioned, that they lost 2 quick wickets. You are 40 odd for 3. You don't want to be 4 down or 5 down. So he's holding that fort for Bangladesh at this point in time. The Bangladeshi team wouldn't mind the strike rate. They will get to that.
Yeah, strike rate of 7.5 in the first 15 balls, but it's not something that you want to worry too much about early on. The important thing that we say though, but you don't also want to get yourself caught up as a batter just eating up at balls, because we spoke about how important it would be to try and at least rotate the strike, because the one thing that you don't want to do, you don't want to face 5 balls and then maybe get a 1, and then you face 5 balls and then maybe get a 1, whatever the case is, because that creates pressure on both sides of the wicket. So Mahfuzul Islam Ankon has to try and find a way to at least get those singles so that the batter on the other side doesn't get too cold, for lack of better words, because now he's sitting on the other side, not running, not doing anything. Skak Engelbert being a bit naughty there in front of the side screen.
That's a fine scholar.
It's a full from Yakosbet. Hit back at him, but just extended his right hand. Thought he was going to throw that back at the batter.
After the drop catch, he has been a bit animated, so I wouldn't have been surprised if he did throw that ball at the batter as well. Have a shy at the stump.
Don't mind to see an animated fast bowler. Shot! And there is protection. That mid-wicket boundary. Just coming around for a single. He's not afraid, Janko Smith, to bowl that short one. Does know that Mahfuzul Islam is looking to take the ball on. So a bit of a miscue that you can get, can easily just go down the throat of that fielder there at the boundary.
The Bangladeshi batters haven't been in control of those shorter deliveries.
Ball there from Janko Smith. Back to those good areas that he started off. And you're right. So there is 2 ways that a bowler can react to having the ball dropped off their bowling. One can get animated and really want it. Then you've got the other way where they can actually drop their shoulders a little bit. and end up committing a lot of mistakes. Better born for a bit. And that is something that we probably saw after the drop catch in that previous over that he bowled, is that then he started bowling a little bit all over the place, bowled a bit too straight, was pulled for one, hit for another four. But what you want is the bowler to actually be fired up, especially when a drop has been put down, of their bowling in particular.
He's come back very strong this over, though.
And here, hitting that splice of the bat, nice and hard. You can even hear him as he's releasing that grunt of and really wants to bowl the ball. He's a very good competitor, Janko Smith. Made his debut for the Titans in this previous season. In actual fact, 2 seasons ago, he played in the last game. And then this previous season, he was one of those in the 4-day in particular that was a very good bowler for the Momentum Multiply Titans. Ooh. Good bowling there from Janko Smith. Nice energy behind that. Had to get it away, Islam Ankon. And that is a very good ball to finish off the 18th over, with Bangladesh emerging on 51 for 3.
Having a go at the batsman as well. He's realized they're not comfortable with the shorter deliveries. He goes short at delivery. And as he does that, he has a word or two with the batter.
That is exactly what you want from your fast bowler. Saying to the batter that I'm here, I'm in your face. Give him a bit of a lip service, because you get them thinking quite a lot. What's the next ball that you're going to bowl when you come back in the next over? And as you see that, there is a change of bowling with Caleb Sileka coming to the attack, replacing Bayanda Majola.
Caleb Seleka from the Northwest Dragons. With the fast bowlers doing so well, how do you see this move by Mitch van Buren, the captain, bringing on the leggy?
I think the important thing that we you have to think about sometimes is fast bowlers, they need a rest. So you can't keep on bowling them. But nonetheless, Caleb Seleka to Mahfuzul Islam. Bit of a loosey first up. It's a hit to that cover boundary for a single where Dian Khalim is operating.
Dian Khalim and Bayanda Majola having bowled so well from that Unisa end. I would have liked to see Andile come in and have a go from that end. That's what I was referring to. But obviously, Janko Smith, being in the mood he is in, they can't replace him just yet as well. So it's good to see. You have to think out of the box at times.
Yeah, definitely. I think it is one of those that maybe you want to give Janko Smith one more from this end. You wonder if maybe there might have been an itch a little bit to say, maybe let's give Dian Khalim one more, just one over, see if he can break something. But obviously you have to mind the mileage, as we see that previous ball from Caleb Silek. Very good ball, pitching in and around that off stump, turning away from the batter.
The previous delivery, lovely pace, that's a dream left-hand leggy delivery, giving it that releasing good pace, good flight onto the delivery, getting that spin. He would like to bowl more of those deliveries.
Yeah, that is the balls that you want to bowl, stretching the batter out Because once it misses, then you can get that LBW. But you would suspect that Bangladesh would probably be more comfortable facing up to spinners coming from the subcontinent where they would have faced a lot of spin bowling.
So far, the previous 18 overs by Pacers, they've looked so uncomfortable. They've never looked like they are in the game, you know. And now you see this over, there has been a play and a miss and a couple of back foot delivery, but they do look more comfortable. Coming from the subcontinent, they would feel much more confident facing a spinner than bouncy Pretoria pitch by facing Janko Smith.
Definitely, but they have to face up to Janko Smith once again as he goes to Islam Ankon, who's on 2 from 21. Oh, once again hitting the straps. Janko Smith is definitely loving bowling here, Janko Smith.
What a beautiful delivery by Janko Smith. Missing the edge, missing the stump. Must be thinking at this point in time, I can't bowl a better delivery than that.
And you know what? Look at where the keeper takes that ball at shoulder height, but look at where it bounces. It's not short at all.
And Mahfijul Islam Ankon is really struggling at this point in time. 2 of 23 deliveries. As we said, we would like to see him rotate the strike at least, because he's putting more pressure onto Mahfijul Islam, and that's what's getting you feel Mahfijul Islam to break free and go for those boundaries.
Oh, bit of an inside edge there, but doesn't go into the stumps. Oh, definitely. I mean, just the posing figure of Janko Smith before he even bowls, when you look at him and you're like, whoa, this is a unit of a man. Then he runs up to you, get the ball to be moving, bouncing all over the place. Very, very tough person to face up against. Oh, look at that again. Just going outside, past that outside edge. Oh, chin music.
He's leaving nothing in the tank. He is going at it every single delivery. And Mahfijul Islam Ankon, at this point in time, he will feel he's just happy to be there, surviving this.
It's very good to see from Janko Smith in his 6th over on the trot, still running in and bowling with aggression. Oh. It's one of those, I think, as a pace bowler, you're asking yourself, am I bowling just a little bit too good for the batters, that I'm not getting the reward that I'm looking for?
You seen last over, he had a word with Islam Ankon. This over as well, when he faced that first delivery, he had a word. At this point in time, last ball of this over you seen, is like, okay, I give up. I'm trying everything here, and it's just...
Oh! Janko Smith, very, very unlucky in this over. Top over. Maiden over in the 20th. And Bangladesh emerging, moved to 53 for 3.
Good aggressive over by Janko Smith. He'll feel unlucky. He's missed the outside edge. And that peach of a delivery that missed the edge as well as the stump and took off after that. Magical delivery by Janko Smith. Caleb Seleka to carry on. He's bowled well that first over. Good flight, good pace. Let's see he carries on with that. For Caleb, they've got a point boundary, a long off. and a mid-wicket boundary.
I do think that probably the thought process of a Yanku one more after that maiden. However, he has bowled 6 overs on the trot, so the last thing that you want to do is injure a player by bowling him a bit too much. Easier, obviously, for a spin bowler than a pace bowler to just keep on running up. But you do have those bowlers that are very fit and athletic that can keep on going.
Loving this flight by Caleb Seleka here. He's flighting it with confidence. There is a bit of spin in that pitch as well. We've seen that in his first over when he beat the outside edge of the batter.
Yeah, very good. And this is what we're talking about. If you want to, especially when I get the stumping in, you need to flight it. So sometimes you flight it and it just drops and not get to the batter as quick as they think that it is. Like that. In there. Mende should be taken and gone. That's the wicket. That's what we've been speaking about. Caleb Seleka flighting the ball, enticing the batter. Islam Ankon could not stay any longer. As we said, it's been struggling for runs. Hit one straight in the air, taken that mid-on.
Mahfuzul Islam Ankon's miserable stay at the pitch has come to an end. It was a long time in air there, and it was JP King who's taken a catch. He made good ground and taken the catch there, JP King.
So take a look at that again. Again, that one that just goes up and drops. JP King had his eyes on it the whole time. Make no mistake whatsoever. Good wicket, good bowling from Bayanda Majola.
Caleb Seleka doing well there. He's sticking to that flight and that pace. And you just mentioned now, KG, how the ball doesn't get to you as you feel it is going to. It just dies on you. But Mahfuzul Islam only managing to score 2 runs of the first 27 deliveries, really feeling the heat from the pace bowlers. And when he seen Caleb coming on to bowl, he thought he could break loose. Unfortunately not. He could only lose his wicket there.
And that's a lot of pressure that you put on your team. Sometimes you get players go 2 for 27 and then they catch up a little bit later on. But if you go 2 for from 27 balls and then you go out, you've eaten so many balls, you've created pressure on the other side, where the new batter coming in feels like they don't have as much time to try and hold on.
New batter in, Aminul Islam.
Flatter that time around from Caleb Seleka. Nice and flat there. The previous over, this over in particular that we're speaking about, the ball dropping, it's quite a skill to have.
Slightly faster that time. Not giving the ball a chance to spin. Aminul Islam opening his account there, 1 of 2 deliveries. And at the end of the 21st over, Bangladesh emerging are 55 for 4.
As we see the beautiful UNISA building there at the back, as we see at the scorecard, Mahfuzul Islam has been there since the start. 32 from the 63. Nothing too much coming afterward, been single digits. The Hassan going for 1 earlier on. Shaddad Hussain also just for 8. Iftikhar Hussain also going for 2. And this last wicket from Mahfuzul Islam Ankon going 2 from the 28 balls. Yanko Smith to continue. Probably tough to get the ball out of his hand at the moment. He's feeling it. Bowling very well. Hitting the straps. Bit straight that time, opportunity, but good running. Dan Khalim wasn't expecting that. Welcome back to commentary, Pendulo.
Yeah, it's been flowing now for the South Africans. After that little partnership between Ankon and Mafijul Islam, which didn't go too far, but it was just about occupying the crease. It's good that it's finally broken now. Caleb Slecker comes in as a bowling change. And it's good now for Mitchell van Buren and the South African emerging team, because every single bowler has gotten a stick for themselves. And so there's a certain level of confidence that each bowler is going to present once they are thrown with the ball. No one feels like they haven't played their part. That's only problems for the Bangladeshis, because now there's no end and there's no bowler that they can say they can fully take on, because all of them are on the money.
Definitely, and that's what you want. Ooh, hit the bat quite hard there. So that's what you want. You want to hunt in pairs. You also want to hunt as a group, and that's exactly what the South African emerging has done. Is that there's been pressure on both sides? Because how often would you see pressure from one side, let go on the other side, makes it easy? And that's exactly what the batting pair also has to be. That if you go for dots, as Islam did in that previous wicket, he just kept on eating balls, kept on creating pressure, and ultimately went out.
Yeah, 2 from 28 is poor for the standard that is required for you to make the next jump. You are hoping that if you are getting bogged down, a player who is worthy of an international cap should be able to have a bit more options to just keep the score ticking if the bowling is good enough. From 28 deliveries, you should get at least double-digit scores. Keep your strike rates at around in the 30s if you're struggling. But doing 2 from 28 with a strike rate of 7 is below par.
Straight just whipped away, because there is a difference between getting stuck in gear 1 or gear 2 and being in neutral. And it does seem like he was a bit more on neutral than being stuck in gear 1, gear 2, which would be in that strike rate of your 20s and your 30s. But then you know that there is that rotation of strike a little bit, and then you can catch up a little bit later on. But if you're in neutral for a little bit too long, that's what happens.
Good ball to end the over from Janko Smith. It's 57 for 4 after 22. And you even saw from the wicket that caused Ankon to lose his stay at the crease. We saw with the wicket of Ankon losing his wickets, hitting it up into the air. He was really trying to get things moving, and I'm sure when he saw that it's a spin bowler coming in, he felt like when he came in, Caleb Slecker, you feel as if, oh yes, that's something I'm more familiar with, spin bowler, I can be able to take him on. But then you try to take him on, JP King was stationed and took the catch. And so you even see with the way that Mafijul just played that ball, they're looking to take Caleb Slecker on, but then he's proved his worth in the 2 overs that he's bowled, that I'm not going to be that easy.
You don't want to move from neutral to gear 5. So, and that's exactly what happened in the previous, with the previous wicket, is that Islam Ankon was stuck on neutral for a long time and wanted to get out of that by going straight to gear 5. Imagine doing that on a steep hill. You are coming back down. So what he needed to do is, that was the perfect time, facing up to a spinner, nudging around, get yourself into the game and look to be attacking.
Let's see if Biplop is going to be able to do that here for Bangladesh. He's on 2 from 7. Aminul Islam Biblop has a couple of T20 games for Bangladesh. Oh, done by the spin of Caleb Seleka, but kept that back foot grounded. Quick hands from Daniel Smith. Good stuff from Seleka.
Very good stuff from Seleka. We spoke about how there's been a lot of pressure that was put on by the seam bowlers, but he hasn't let that go. As we take a look at that again. Oh, my word. That's pitching in and around that leg stump, going to fourth stump. That is a pitch of a delivery. That is what you want as a leg spinner.
Yeah, Animal Biplop, also a leg break bowler. So he's looking at this and saying, "Ooh, what am I going to do when I come in and bowl?"
Definitely licking his lips.
We are into it's one of the first all-rounder coming in at number 6. So a decent first 50 over average of 29 for Aminul Islam Biplop. 12 50s in his 77 games, so he shows that he can bat. But the pressure that he's coming in here is a little bit relentless from South Africa emerging. That run rate has not climbed above 3 ever since the beginning of the innings. After 23, 58 for 4.
There will be worrying signs here for Bangladesh. Just the 27 overs to go. And not going anywhere as we see that last one from Seleka. Oh, oof. That is a pitch of a delivery. If you are a coach, you are loving what you're seeing. I'm sure Paul Adams, sitting in the dugout, will be loving that from Caleb Seleka.
And you know, when we were looking at the pitch before the game started, the end where Mohakan is about to bowl now seemed to be the more drier part, so you would have expected that's where the turn is going to come from. But now, like we said, that grass that was rolled up is going to start sticking up as the day goes by. So now the grip is being taken by that grass that we're speaking of. And there was that even patch where it was that rooty grass. Yeah. That's probably where you are able to get even more purchase for Caleb Seleka. Andile Mokhakane.
Too full. Hit away. Easy pickings here for Mahfuzul Islam. Hit it past that mid-on. And that's a boundary, a much-needed boundary. They have dried up in the last couple of overs. But Mahfuzul, bit of a loose delivery there from Andile Mokhakane. Making it easy for Mahfuzul Islam, who's been there for a very long time. 68 balls that he has faced. Never going to leave that one.
It's the first release of pressure. Boy, did they wish to receive a ball like that. But Mokhakane is probably going to fix what he needs to do.
Full. Definitely looking to bowl full Mokhakane. I wonder, Mpendula, if it wasn't worth it to go back to a Dian Khalim, give him 1 or 2 overs from this side, because you could see that there's still a lot of life from this side, the way that Janko Smith has been operating. Maybe it wasn't worth it to try Dian Khalim. He's been off the attack for quite some time, but 10 overs or so. Could have given him 1 over just to see if he can get something.
It wouldn't be a bad idea, but then you think from a captaincy perspective and just the usage of your bowlers, Andile Mokhakane should give you 8 to 10 overs, and you don't want to leave the start of his spell too late, especially the fact that in the first game on Thursday he took 3 wickets and he was bowling pretty well, so you want to inspire more of that confidence. So I wouldn't mind a 3-4 over spell to just get him into the game and see where he's at as well. Because now imagine you bring him in over number 40 odd and his bowling deliveries like that after the team hasn't put up pressure. Now it's 4 runs being given away.
A bit too full, too straight there from Andile Mokhakane. Just allowing the batter, even the new batter in Aminul Islam, Those are easy pickings for any batter. Bowling the ball on leg stump, full. You want that, and bit of a pressure being released here, you want to say? Full. Once again, through the cover, in the air, but there was no one there. Very good shot here from Aminul Islam. Positive cricket being played here. Is this the over that gets Bangladesh going in this innings?
They'll be hoping that's not the case, South Africa emerging, because the worst thing is that it's the new batter who's actually taking on the game. So this over is working him into his innings. The previous ball, not the greatest, going down to the leg side. This one, the ball was aerial just for a bit, but it doesn't change the result. For the first time, Bangladesh have a run rate of 3.
Yeah, over so far, just the 5 balls bowled, 13 runs from it. Getting a bit of medical attention here. Andile Mokhakani. Maybe this pause will help a little bit. But then that's what you say. I think it becomes a catch-22, and you made a point about he bowled very well in the previous game, and you don't want to bring him too late because you want to show the confidence that you have in him also. The other side of it is you could think that you've got an opportunity to bowl Bangladesh out within 40 overs, and if it means that Dian Khalim has to come back just for about 1 or 2 more overs to see what you have, and then you can always come. Because if he comes and it works out, he gets another 1 or 2 wickets, there's 6 down, then you're a little bit more relaxed, especially for the fact that you still have Maifujul Islam at the wicket.
Yeah, he bowled his 6 overs straight, Dian Khalim. Now you actually look at the top 3 bowlers who are the best so far. 4 overs remaining for Khalim and 3 each for Bayanda Majola. So that makes it 10 overs that need to be spread between those 3 bowlers. So the question is now, do you really risk using up those overs so quickly? You still have JP King who can come in and bowl his offies as well, just to add more variety for Mitchell van Buren and his decisions. A 2-over spell for Dan Khalim leaves him an 8, and maybe then you can exchange between him, Majola and Smith at the back end, but these are decisions that the captain needs to make. It's not an easy job.
You know what they say? The higher the risk, the bigger the reward. So it's risky, as you say, because you have to look at what you've got left. But you find yourself in a position where, do you plan for the future? Which it's a good thing to do, but you have to do it while staying in the present also. And that is why you saw somebody like a Yanko Smith bowling 7 overs on the trot, which is very uncharacteristic for a sim bowler to be bowling 7 overs on the trot. But you're going with the momentum of the game, of where it's leading you to. Because if anything, I think you would have probably want to bowl a Yanko Smith 10 overs, but that will be too much of a risk. But if you want to take him out, that's how I'm saying that one more, even if it's just one from Dian Khalim.
Yeah, keep the pressure. Your points make perfect sense. And I think the game situation allows South Africa to delve into both options, really. With Mitchell van Buren, you can say, okay, let's just eliminate the dangers now. But then the question becomes, what if Animal and Mofijol are able to just see that off? And now it puts a little bit more pressure on your Mohaka and on your JP King and even on Caleb Sleka right now. So I think the reasoning here is that, okay, we do have the upper hand, and if it does so happen that Mohakane is not on it or Seleka is not on it, which is completely false because he is, it means that you still have time to recover whatever damage that gets done. You can still come back over number 32 and say, okay, now Diane, this riding rate now has gone to about 4.5. Let's try and bring it back. And because now the batters are in the mood to play more strokes, that means that there's more chances of them making those mistakes because they want to up the ante. So in both instances, I think both decisions do work. It's all about how the South Africans choose to execute.
Yeah, I suppose, like you say, also the captaincy, you've got different types of captains. Some that are ultra aggressive and say 10 overs, the last 10 overs will see it in the last 10 overs. And that's it. We are on 24 now, so let's go. But like you say, it's one of those that it's not wrong either way. It can work out any other way, like you said. If you bring Andile Mokhakani now, when you've got them on the ropes, there's an opportunity for him to get himself in, or an opportunity for the batters to let loose type of thing. So it's a bit of a catch-22.
The one thing that does come to the advantage of Mokhakane bowling now is that everyone else is bowling well. Everyone else is bowling well. So the chance of the game being let loose off its grip is very unlikely. Even if it does go for 5-6 runs to the over, he trusts that Seleka on the other side is going to go for 2s and 3s. And so you're still keeping that run rate at a respectable 3 to 4 run to the over. And halfway through the innings at 73, you're looking at a score of around 180, 190 here for the Bangladesh team. And so they'll have that in the back of their minds. And with each bowling lineup, when you have a strong performance, you're looking for that one weak point. And this one weak point for now is Mokhakane, unless if he can get this over going for himself.
I think it's a very good thing also from the captain to give him another over, because he could have easily just said, no, went for too much. This is good from the captain. Oh. And the first ball already looks like a better start to this over. Because, like you say, if you bowled the previous over and went for 13 runs, now the batters become too confident and thinking that this is our guy that is going to go to. Now, if he improves in this over and they think that he's still the bowler that bowled in the previous over, then this could work out very well for the South Africa emerging.
And with that, we can take a look at that first delivery again. You'll see that it's a great ball, and the already in Aminul is thinking, I'm attacking, I'm going for a shot. It's a back of a length delivery, and what does he decide to do? Let me go for a big booming drive, because this is the guy that I can get away. There was no room to drive that ball. He goes for it anyway. Because in your back of your mind, we've hit him for 13, I've hit him for 2 boundaries, surely I can get him for another one.
And the evidence is showing that there's still a little bit lateral movement on the pitch. So it is very good to see in the 26th over still able to get something of it, as we see Mokhakane once again. That first ball, you can see there's a bit of movement in the air, pitches, and still keeps on leaving the batter.
Yeah, the length was excellent on that particular delivery. Still some life on the surface.
Oh, that's it. That's what we're speaking about. Redemption for Andile Mokhakane. Said it's good that the captain kept him on. And he has indeed paid off. Bit of an inside edge there. Another bowler for South Africa and another wicket. All 5 bowlers so far have all gotten wickets.
Pays it back. Pays it back. It's that drive that they want to play when the ball is not there to be driven. Andile Mokhakane worked on that length and he has gotten it perfectly. Goes for the drive. A little bit of movement into the right-hander, which is enough to hit the inside edge of the bat. Aminul Biblop getting himself in all dangers. Playing the incorrect line. Might even say playing the incorrect shots because of how high the ball was. And that's wicket number 5 falling for Bangladesh emerging.
And you can see how much that meant to Andile Mokhakane. Getting that wicket. Because he knew that the previous over wasn't the best. But he started this over very well. And we see, take a look at that again. you wouldn't blame the batter because the ball is wide, probably, that if he gets good bat on it. But there's that touch movement that you spoke about from Andile Mokhakane that he just gets. So good bowling here from Andile Mokhakane. Second over, definitely exactly what the team would have ordered.
It's always about how you come back from your first over. And it was Aminul Islam who was hitting him for those boundaries, hitting him for 2 of the 3 that he conceded. And I genuinely think that the batter thought that he had the upper hand between the 2 in the contest. But I also believe that the batter failed to read the situation now. The situation just changed dramatically because Mokhakane found his form. And so with that, a new batter comes in at number 7, Moeen Khan for Bangladesh.
Ooh, look at that. And that's another wicket. Just like that. Bang, bang from Andile Mokhakane. After going for 13 in the first over. Bit of a surprise there. Moeen Khan definitely was not expecting that. Was looking to put his hands down. But that just hit the top of the bat, glove area. Another wicket here from Andile Mokhakane.
The extra energy that he injects on the ball, it's deceitful. Because you think, oh, medium pace, but then bang! Gets that bounce, the ball jags back. What an excellent decision from Mitchell van Buren to trust Andile Mokhakane in the mid-overs of the innings. He puts in a slip fielder over there. He was not expecting that ball to jag back up. You saw even his reaction is saying that extra bounce that did it. Not enough time for him to drop his gloves. Absolutely peach of a delivery from Andile Mokhakane. There won't be an easier catch for Keegan Leon Cachet.
Yeah, it's very good. When we say very good captaincy, in terms of being ultra positive. As I used to say, after going for 13 runs, you could have easily changed the mind of a captain. But Mitchell van Buren decided to stick with Andile Mokhakane and has paid dividends heavily, you would say. On a hat-trick ball, he is Andile Mokhakane.
The confidence that he rode from the previous game is still here. And he's using it well. I'm seeing Dan Khalim do warm-ups, so now it makes sense. It makes sense. You have the upper hand. Your new bowler is doing the right thing. You sniffing blood. So now would be the perfect time to partner up. On fire Andile Mokhakane with an on fire Dayan Khalim. That was absolutely sweet. It's a hat-trick ball though for Andile Mokhakane. Has to bowl to a left-hander. And that's why he's on a hat-trick ball, because of this absolute fruity ball. But can he do it? Andile Mokhakane. Ooh, gets more extra bounce. This is brilliantly bowled from Andile. A double wicket maiden in over number 26. That's how you come back from being hit 13. You give nothing away, and then you grab a scalp. But then when you take 2, it's even better. 73 for 6, and Bangladesh are in the waters of not even reaching triple figures.
Yeah, very good here from the South Africa emerging. And you can just imagine the pressure that is now going on Mahfuzul Islam, because there hasn't been too many runs from the other side. As we just take a look at that over again. First up, inside edge, onto that. And the second one just popping up. And that is Dayan Khalim coming back into the attack. Been saying that when is the time to bring him back? There is no point in looking at this game to say that you want to save him for the end. You rather want to win the game earlier. Get them out in the 35th over. Dayan Khalim to Whoa! Continues from exactly where he stopped in that previous spell. What kind of a game do you think now Maifujul Islam plays? 40 of 71, nothing else coming from the other side.
See, that is the change. Oh, that is a genius delivery. It actually moves in the air, comes into him, and then just straightens with the line. What a peach of a ball. 73 for 6. 100 runs is the milestone here for Bangladesh.
Yeah. Saying to him, I'm not just going to beat the outside edge. I'm going to go to that head of yours also. That is a typical Dan Khalim type of bowling. Always in you. It's about 6.2 overs, 1 for 14 so far. Really, really, really looking good here, Dan Khalim.
Has the spring in his walk is as well. Spring in his run, his deliveries. Those short balls are ridiculously sharp.
Oh, another one. Here we go. Off the arm.
Janko Smith and Banda Majola.
You have seen this series. The next game is USA against Bangladesh. So that means that the South Africa will have more time to recover. So you can get your fast bowlers to bowl a little bit more, knowing that they're going to recover until Wednesday. That's the next match that they'll be playing.
Oh, good lengths. It's a good line. It's a good length. Mokakani, you can't believe, KG, that it's the same guy who was bowling that first over. Partnering up with Khalim brilliantly.
There is a certain a bowler from Bangladesh that did very well at the under 19 level that will be looking at this and happy to come. It's Iqbal Assam. That Iqbal Hassan Emon, one of the top bowlers from the Bangladesh, did very well. The under 19 level in particular, one of the leading wicket takers at that level.
Iqbal Hassan Imon, he was here last year for that under 19 tour with South Africa under 19.
Yep.
Boy, did he give them problems.
Yep.
He is something, Iqbal Hassan Imon.
So when he's looking at what's happening at the moment, he is licking his lips.
I really love the ascendancy of fast bowling in Bangladesh. We saw what they did recently. Fast bowling at a premium, and for at a country which is still growing its name in the name of cricket, and it coming from an area where it's synonymous for slow bowling and slow surfaces. This is good to see for Bangladesh. They're going to need to come bowl all guns blazing because South Africa are not letting them breathe. After 28 overs, it's 81 for 7. We're going to have a commentary change. Zubair Saleh comes in to replace Kagiso. Getting to 100 now just seems like the next step for Bangladesh. But the way things are going, I don't know what it's going to take for them to get there. Dayan Khalim. Those pulls and hoiks haven't been fruitful for Bangladesh, cost them a couple of wickets. Samiun Bashir in at number 9.
Thanks a lot, Mpendulo. Thanks a lot, Mpendulo. Dayan Khalim carrying on from his first spell. He bowled that last over particularly well, getting the wicket. That very first delivery last over, what a peach of a delivery, just to come back up and no losener.
Oh, he gets another one. Who needs to loosen when you are so tight in your lines and lengths? He has not given them a single drop of oxygen to breathe, Dayan Khalim. And now he gets his third wicket. Chaudhry Mohammad Rizwan edges it to Keegan Leon Cachet.
Bangladesh losing their 8th wicket. Rizwan not knowing what to do with that delivery. Excellent line and length. That's what he's done. We've just said it, that he's carrying on from that first spell. Amazing line and length. It would have gotten a top order out as well. And especially your number 8 batsman not knowing what to do with that delivery.
Oh. We're seeing a network tower. The network is connecting for Dayan Khalim and his bowling. Ripping apart the Bangladeshis. Only 2 players in the double figures. Mafichul Islam, you understand now why he took 73 deliveries to get his 40 runs. Being patient in his work. But eventually was undone by the very same guy who just got the wicket right now, Dayan Khalim. And Aminul Islam, the other one who is on double figures. But after that, we're seeing a Telkom tower behind that. Just looks like Telkom numbers following that.
And with that wicket, drinks come on for the players as well.
But jeez, that delivery from Dayan Khalim was absolutely sensational. Everything that he's touching in this series so far is turning into gold.
Bowling with experience and good pace as well.
We're going to take drinks. We need them the way things have been going. It's on fire here at Groenkloof Oval. 8 wickets down for Bangladesh.
Welcome back. After the drinks break, Bangladesh in all sorts of trouble. They are 8 wickets down. Dayan Khalim on fire.
Ready? 81 for 8. That is absolutely insane. Janko Smith looking at us and bemused as if he wasn't part of the carnage job. It's always fun conversing with the players. Might be another one here. New batter coming in, Animal Huck. It's tough.
It's been tough for the Bangladeshi batsmen from ball 1. South African emerging bowlers have bowled so well. No, it was a nothing shot, sliding way down leg side.
Animal Huck. If the name sounds familiar, it's because he is the Bangladeshi Animal Huck. Oh, he's facing a South African fire in Dayan Khalim.
Mpendulo, 81 for 8. You are Animal Huck coming in at number 10. What is the thought process? What do you do?
You know, as Animal Huck, I'm not looking at 81 for 8. I'm looking at over number 29. There's still 31 overs of cricket left. And being probably the most experienced player in this Bangladeshi setup in terms of the levels of cricket that he's been able to play, he should understand that now it's just about batting time. He's skilled enough to withdraw all of this pressure. But he's not, clearly. Dayan Khalim is even more skillful with the ball today. My goodness, what an absolutely divine ball. And the spales go flying at Groenkloof as he gets his 4th wicket.
That's his 4th, and Bangladesh lose their 9th wicket. Back of the length delivery coming in a bit. Batsman nowhere. Animal Huck nowhere. There was no shot. No, he was in between. He did nothing. He didn't defend the ball. He didn't. It was a nothing shot at the end of the day.
Even you sound confused, Zubair. I'm sure as he walks back, he'll be confused at what that was. We're speaking so highly about him. We're talking about him being more experienced, his 49 one-day international games, him wanting to go back to Bangladesh, and all of a sudden, he's found in the middle of nowhere. Such is the length that was bowled by Dayan Khalim. We speak about hitting the top of the stumps. When you hit the top of the stumps, you are able to produce a score sheet like that where everyone is getting bowled out. It's 81 for 9. But when you hit the top of the stumps, Zubair, it's that length where you can't go forward because it might pop up, and you can't go backwards because it's too full to go back. That's why each coach tells us, bowl at the top of the stumps, because you're going to find the batter having to make tough decisions. And the tough decision, had he found him, he made no decision and then lost his wicket.
That's exactly what it was. He was caught in between, neither forward nor back. Neither defending nor leaving. As we see number 11 batsman coming to bat. We take a look again. There was an inward movement from the deck. He's been so good, Dayan Khalim. He's tested the batsman outside that off stump, the 5th stump line, the perfect channel all day long. This one was nice and straight.
It's beautiful. He's on the precipice of a fifer. And boy, would he have deserved his 5-wicket haul. Man, if you could give all of these bowlers 5-wicket hauls. But only one of them on the day gets to shine, even though every single one of them played a part in Bangladesh finding themselves on 81 for 9. Last batter comes in for Bangladesh.
There's been change in field. There is a fielder under the helmet for that shorter delivery.
Iqbal Hassan Imon, the one who will be looking and licking his lips with the brand new ball. Some football skills by Mitchell van Buren. It ends over number 29. I guess we were just speaking about, well, he has to bat time. It's very difficult to bat time if you are going to be receiving peaches of deliveries like those. He should have taken his time, worked himself in. But then over number 29, the ball is still moving. The ball is still being pitched in the perfect areas. It's a brutal delivery to receive up, but he could have done better for himself. Just take a step forward, cover the line of the ball. But the movement coming back in was so severe for over number 29.
He should have done better by covering the line of the ball. From the early innings, it's that Bangladeshi batsmen, when they come in, it just seems like they are expecting a shorter delivery. They are expecting a shorter delivery. And we said earlier in the innings as well, that's what, there is no real front foot movement. There's been wickets where they were caught nowhere. And that's exactly wicket number 9 as well.
it's just, I guess it's also just adjusting with the pace of the wicket. It's pretty quick, and we said that it's a fresh surface. Bayanda Majola can now use the rest of it. He comes in, steaming in. Finally, some retaliation from Bangladesh. Out of the few moments, they get something out of the delivery and out of the bowlers. 4 runs for Samyun Bashir.
Samyun Bashir welcoming Bayanda Majola with a boundary, slightly pitched up, and Bashir taking advantage of it. I would say that has been one of the better shots of the innings, especially when you are 85 for 9. I mean, there hasn't been many. Bayanda Majola shorter this time. Bashir backing away, trying to cut the ball.
He's a proper all-rounder, Samyun Bashir. Part of the Bangladesh under-19 squads. Just 19 years old. It's not his first time in South Africa either. Also part of that squad with Mohammed, Iqbal, Hassan Imon. And so he knows a little bit or two about South African conditions, having played in Benoni and also in Potchefstroom.
Bandulo, you talk of playing in South African conditions as Bayanda goes in.
Wonderful shot from Samyun Bashir. Don't be fooled by the fact that he's coming in as the last batter. He is actually a really good player. You saw with that very first shot that he has what it takes. And if we look at his 50-over career, despite the fact that he takes wickets, he also scores quite a bit of runs. He can give you a very solid 40, good score into the 30s. His average in 50-over cricket is currently sitting at 43. So the man knows how to bat, despite having just played 13 matches in that format.
That wasn't an ideal shot from the man that you've just described in Bandulo. But again, when you are 87 for 9, you are not in your comfort zone. You have to try something else. And him being the batsman here, he has to try and get the runs. It's no sense you hang around with number 11 there. He'll lose the wicket. You'll neither have runs, and so there is no point in him hanging around. So as a batter, he is trying.
Agreed. The wide ball from Bayanda Majola just over the head of the batter. Because you think, Zubair, if he was batting with an animal huck, for instance, and an animal huck who just had his feet moving every now and then, he'd be playing a little bit of a different game. See, now he's rushing for everything. Even that one was very high, but he was looking for a chance to make connection with the ball because he has to keep it going now. And so that's the pressures that the batters have to deal with if there's wicket taking on the other side of the surface. So if I had to answer your question again, if you're asking me about Samyun Bashir, there's no other choice to play but to play like this.
Yet again, Bayanda Majola beating the outside edge of the bat there. The good thing to see from the South African emerging bowlers is they have kept on bowling their line and length. Whether they've gotten the wickets, whether that Andile was hit for 13 runs, next over he comes in and he is back to the basics, bowling that fifth stump line just short of the length. Every bowler has bowled that line, held that line and length for the Proteas emerging team.
Nicely done from Bashir. Very smart, because he needed a single. He needed a single so that he can preserve strike on the other side and face Dayan Khalim, because I'm pretty sure that if it was the other way around, Dayan Khalim would be very close to getting his 5 up. 30 overs gone. it is tears for Bangladesh emerging 89 for 9.
That is smart cricket by Basir to take that single, as you say, in Pendulo. But at this point in time, Dayan Khalim bowling the lines, the lengths, and having his tail up, it doesn't matter who he's bowling to. He would be bowling to a top order as well, and he'll still feel so confident in getting the wicket off every delivery that he bowls.
4 for 18. Even I would feel like that if I looked up and those were my figures. He bowled a 6-over spell trot to start off the innings. It was a great spell, but you could see that he was getting a little bit tired in that last 6 and that last over in his 6th. Just got himself a nice break. He doesn't have to work hard, but he's still working hard. Coming around the wickets to the left-hander. It has been his ideal line of attack towards the left-handers. Comes around the wicket, has the ability to move the ball in either direction. But on this surface, it's about the ability to hit the deck in the correct areas. And that's exactly what he's doing, regardless of what the movement of the ball is.
And in Pendulo, we are not surprised in the first game as well, having taken 3 wickets, giving away only 35 runs. And he's been the strike bowler for Titans as well.
Oh, this might be it. Dayan Khalim completes his 5-wicket haul. Daniel Smith with a difficult catch, but he gets it done, and Dayan Khalim has been the star of this tour so far. 3 wickets in the first match, and now he completes one of the finest 5-wicket hauls you will see. 5 for 18 for Dayan Khalim. Boy, has he bowled magically, and Bangladesh are bowled out for 89 runs.
He's been so good from ball 1. There we have a look at it. Shorter delivery. We said Basir has to go for runs. He couldn't just hold back there. Seen the shorter delivery, tried to take it on. It wasn't short enough. Ended up losing the wicket, like so many of the Bangladeshi batsmen out here this morning.
From the very first ball till the very last, Dayan Khalim has stood up and has showed up for the South Africa emerging team. His first over, searching, and boy did he find it. And you will see what it means to him. Look at him, eyes intent. Daniel Smith had a difficult grab to take. And once it was completed, he knows he deserves it. Fantastically done for Dayan Khalim, man of the match in the first game. And boy has he set himself up to do it again. 89 all out for Bangladesh. The only standing figure was Mafijul Islam, but then the rest is just painful to see.
Pendulo, only 3 batsmen getting into double figures, and that's why the scoreboard looks like what it does. 89 all out. Mafijul Islam, he held that innings, but as soon as he got out the 6th wicket, and then it was just nowhere. They were just nowhere throughout the day. We say Dayan Khalim, he's bowled excellent the whole day, but it is the whole unit. We said that you hunt in pairs. This has been the whole unit, and this has been that Protea fire we talk about. Even the spinner Caleb Saleka coming, and he was on the egg. You know, that flight, the pace, everything was so perfect. That spin, even the quicker one, he was so good as well. He complemented the pace bowlers as well. So it's been a perfect bowling from the Proteas emerging team.
One of my favorite things are the extras. You will look and say it's 11 extras and 8 wides, but when we break down those 8 wides, it was one poor ball from Bayanda Machola, which was 5 of those wides, and then 3 of those, or 2 more of those wides were just short balls going over the head of the bowler. So you can say there was basically one true wide in addition to the 5 wides that South Africa bowled. So those 30.2 overs, those 182 deliveries, only about 4 of them were extras. And that speaks about the discipline that South Africa were bowling. You will look at Andile Mokhakane's 5.6 economy rate and say, what was happening to you? But when you look at the context of his innings, 3-0 first over going for 13 means that the next 2 overs only went for 3 and 2 wickets. That's what you mean, Zube, when you say that they hunted as a pack. Like a pack of wolves, the Proteas have absolutely dismantled the flesh of the Bangladesh batting. 89 all outs. The star of the show, Dayan Khalim, 5 for 18 with 2 maiden overs. Every single bowler grabbing a wicket. And that is why Bangladesh are in this situation. We're going to come back after the innings break. South Africa are only going to need 90 runs. The question is, will Bangladesh bowl just as well? And will South Africa flounder just like them? But that tale is to be told in a couple of minutes when we're going to return back for the chasing innings.
Welcome back to Groenkloof Oval for the game between South African Emerging versus the Bangladesh Emerging side. South African Emerging winning the toss and electing to bowl first. They reduced Bangladesh Emerging side to 89 runs only. Can Bangladesh strike back? Can they ping the Proteas Emerging back and make them work for these 90 runs?
I think it's going to be a bit of a tough ask. We did say that the pitch will probably become difficult to bet on, but you still got to put some runs on it, at least something like 180, 170 to try and get something. But you'll never know. Game of two halves. Mudiri Diteko to take up the first ball. Just fended it off there. We obviously did see how good the fast bowlers for the South African men's emerging team bowled early on. So the expectations here will be that Bangladesh, they do have some decent seamers also in their lineup. The expectations will also be that they'll try to make use of this pitch. Oh, like that. Those are the balls that we saw earlier when South Africa Emerging was bowling. Just beating that outside edge, a bit back of a length, in and around that fourth stump, fifth stump type of area. An area of uncertainty here. Oh, that's some serious movement there.
Yeah, we'll say later if it's easy or not. But it should be.
Iqbal Hassan finding his line and length early to good deliveries to start the innings. Make that 3. That's exactly the way the Proteas Emerging started their bowling attack as well.
Very good bowling here. Do understand that while the ball is still nice and new, they do have the 2 new balls obviously early on, but they do know that using this new ball early on is of paramount importance. That's exactly what the South African Emerging did earlier on in the innings.
Oh, good bounce onto that delivery. Mudiri Diteko will count himself lucky that did not end up in a fielder's hand. He was nowhere in control of that defense.
We did speak a bit earlier about Iqbal Hussein Emon and how good he is, as we see that again. That almost starting off in and around that leg stump, but there's a bit of movement that is getting off the pitch. Quick single. Getting off strike here, Diteko Mudiri, which brings JP Key in to face his first delivery from Iqbal Hussein Emon.
Umpire Yuri Sadler just asking Iqbal Hussein Emon to move away a touch quicker. South Africa off the mark with that single of Mudiri.
Definitely don't want those spikes to make holes. Given that's the first wicket down. We spoke about the prowess of Iqbal Hussein Emon, and he shows that early on. The last ball of his over, first ball that JP King faced, getting one to just pitch and move away touch. LBW given 1 for 1 South Africa after 1 over.
Yes, again, good line, good length, slightly straighter at that point in time. Umpire Yuri Sadler, he had an easy decision to make. With that, South Africa lose their first wicket. JP King, gone for now, not first delivery.
Definitely an easy one there for Yuri Sadler to give out. Good movement, stayed low enough, didn't bounce as high as we've seen some of the balls from the South African emerging. And if Bangladesh are going to have any chance whatsoever of winning this game, they're going to have to get those wickets in clusters early on.
With the fall of that wicket, Daniel Smith from Western Cape joins Modiri Diteko. Modiri Diteko, JP King, two of the Warriors players in the South African emerging side. We've seen past season how well Warriors have done, and their players have been rewarded for playing well, making it to an emerging side. Having said that, JP King, first game, scoring only 6 of 15. Second game, first ball tuck. It hasn't been easy for him, for the young JP King.
Modiri Diteko scored his first List A 100 this past season for the Warriors. Did that in a game against Boland. Modiri Diteko obviously plays for the Warriors in Coastal, but he comes from here, a product of Cornwall Hill College. Played for Titans when it was still Northerns. Played for Northerns coming up. Club Cricket actually is a club that's also about a kilometer from here. CBC All Boys is a club that he played for.
As you say, KG, Diteko also scored 63 of 71 balls in the first game against the universities team. And that experience, having played here while growing up, it helps. We've seen that with the Titans bowlers in Dayan Khalim as well as Yanko Smart using that. And now Diteko having used it in the first innings, first game.
Definitely. Having been here does help because it's not foreign to you, the conditions. As you said, Diteko Modiri, having played just about a kilometer away from here, so the conditions would have been similar when he was playing club cricket. He played some games here, obviously, when playing against the Tucks 2 in the Titans Premier League. So it won't be too foreign for him.
Anamul Haq as well. It's been 3 deliveries. He's been on the mark as well. Good line and length. Touch slower than Iqbal, his partner on the other end. But it's the line and length that as a batsman you fear, especially earlier on when the ball is moving. The pitch is helping you as well.
Good lines here from Anamul Haq. Keeping Diteko Modiri honest here early on. Giving him a lot to think about. Just in and out that fourth fit stump that we spoke about a lot when South Africa men's emerging were bowling in their innings. Bangladesh emerging obviously had the front row seat. All the batters had the front row seat to see what is working. And their bowlers have started off the same way that South Africa has done.
False start yet again for Anamul Haq. That's how he started off his spell as well. just getting his run-up wrong. KG, Bangladesh being bowled out for 89. Subcontinent team struggling to score runs in South Africa. Well bowled again, holding his line the length, making Modiri come forward and defend. Subcontinent teams are not used to the bounce, the pace, the swing, and it's undone the Bangladesh emerging today. It undoes so many of the India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lankan team when they visit the Sena countries. These sort of tours are so important for them to learn. So when they make it to the senior side, they have the experience of having played. But it needs to happen on a regular occasion. It doesn't happen for them. Because even the senior sides, when they visit, they find it difficult to navigate that pace, the bounce, the swing.
Yeah, definitely. The only way that you can get better in certain conditions is to be exposed to them a bit more, especially at a younger age. And you think about South Africa also for so many years also struggled when you go to your subcontinent, your Bangladesh, and everywhere. And that is because of the lack of physically experiencing being in those conditions. But what we do see with South African teams, in particular when they know that they're going to go to the subcontinent and play up there, they try to have a bit more camps in places like Durban, which gives them a similar conditions. Humid place, wickets can get slow and low, so that you can get yourself accustomed to this kind of levels. But I must say, in the last year or so, we've seen a lot more inbound and outbound tours for South Africa A, for the emerging team, for the academies. So no doubt that the teams have seen that. In there, almost taken. But unfortunately, bounced off the hands, gone for 4. Should have been in the hands. South Africa could have been easily 2 down here. Daniel Smith didn't have the control of that ball.
Chance for Bangladesh. It should have been taken. Daniel Smith, having not scored any runs against the university team, he would have found himself going for naught here as well. Instead, he gets a 4. A welcome boundary for the Proteas emerging.
Outside edge. This one will trickle once again to the boundary. Back-to-back boundary. Both of them streaky. One was a drop catch. This one a big outside edge from Daniel Smith. But if you have come out of not scoring any runs in the previous game, you'll take the runs anyhow that they come. So 2 boundaries in a row here from Daniel Smith.
What's good to see this particular delivery, Daniel Smith plays it with soft hands. Hence, it did not carry. It was more along the ground. And he'll take those runs anyhow.
Getting a bit too confident after those 2 streaky 4s that he got. Looking to chase one that is not there. Daniel Smith. That's the one that you're talking about, that it just looks like at the last minute there, just dropped his bat a little bit, and that's why the ball goes into the ground. 4 balls in this over. There's been 8 runs, but it does not tell the story of the over. There's 2 boundaries, 1 Was a drop catch by Animal at the boundary. And the next one, a bit of a thick outside edge from Daniel Smith. Runs are definitely not a factor here for South Africa, chasing just a 90.
Much more confident on that. A touch fuller drives to mid-off. You spot on there, KG. You mentioned that in the first innings that it gets harder to bat as the day progresses on this field. And 90 does not seem like a huge score, but if Bangladesh can bowl good areas, the Proteas emerging team will have some other challenge as well as the ball dying on them. We've seen a couple of deliveries in the first innings, not much, but there was that challenge for the batters as well. Iqbal asking his third man fielder to walk in a bit.
That's why. Oh! Another drop catch. Iqbal Hussain knew exactly what he was looking for. Put his man there. Ball went there. Unfortunately for his fast bowling or his opening partner, put it down. Second one in the over to go down.
These are not easy chances. As you've bowled, as a fast bowler, you've bowled an over. The very first delivery, you are asked to run in and grab those ones. They are difficult chances. He's not a animal Haq is not a youngster once he was. But at this level, yet again, we'll say that should have been taken. And the second one comes in. Big ups to Iqbal, using his experience, asking before the ball, the fielder Anamul Haq to walk in, to come in few yards to make it easier. He bowls that same delivery, gets Daniel Smith to play that shot, and that should have been wicket number 2 for Bangladesh emerging.
Anamul Haq must be a little bit tough after having dropped 2 catches in the previous over. You have to pick yourself up because now you have to bowl the coming over. But as we just take a look at that one again, the second one, put it down. It was low, but he did get to it, got both hands to it, should have stuck. That should have been a wicket. He does have a chance, obviously, to redeem himself, bowling to the same batter that he dropped twice in the previous over. Not there. Definitely not there. Not gonna get it there. Too much on the leg side. Easy pickings here from Daniel Smith. Once again, down to that 5 leg for a boundary. There has been 3 boundaries in the last 8 balls.
Anamul Haq short but slightly touched towards the body down the leg side, and Daniel Smith says thank you very much. A player of his caliber won't miss out such a delivery.
In there, just dropped shot. He does look, Daniel Smith, that he wants to play a quick game here. A couple of times it's been just those wide balls going after them. It's been dropped twice. This last ball that you just played here, with a bit of hard hands, just bounced shot off the man at mid-off. So Daniel Smith, and it could be what we spoke about in the first innings, that it does look like it gets a touch tougher to bat as you go. So Daniel Smith is thinking that I don't want to bat for too long without scoring runs because it doesn't get easier to bat on this wicket. So thinking that while the ball is coming nicely to the wicket, he's going to try to make the most of it.
we understand his thinking behind it. Try and get runs earlier on, so there isn't much pressure as the pitch deteriorates later on. But at the same time, he needs to use his head. He is coming at number 3. So you cannot go after everything. At this point in time, it feels like he is a touch too aggressive. We've seen in the last over of Iqbal, he flashed a couple of way outside off stump. The 2 drop catches as well. Could he have left those deliveries? Yes, he could have. He went for them. Lucky for him, they were drop catches. So I would like him to, yes, go after it, but choose your battle.
You're quite right, and especially we're thinking about, or we're talking about that second one where it was made obvious to him what ball is going to come. There's a man there, but still went flashing hard for it, because before that ball was bowled, Iqbal moved his field and say, come a bit in, as to say that I'm going to bowl, entice him and try to get him to play that shot. And that is exactly the shot that Daniel Smith played. And fortunately for him, it was put down again. But nonetheless, end of the 4th over, 14 for 1, with Iqbal Hussein Emon to continue from the UNISA end.
There's also been a change in field. Oh, beautiful delivery by Iqbal Hussein Emon. He's been so good in those first 3 overs of his. Animal Huck having dropped 2 catches previous over. He's been replaced by Mahfijul Islam at 3rd man boundary.
So just take a look at that again. Look at that. A beauty of a delivery. That's the best way to play it, is to leave it. It's again well left there from Diteko Mudiri. Looking difficult for him to get off. It's one of just the 13 balls that he's faced so far. Still early days, but we've seen some of this happen in the previous innings, where you get back down and then you lose your wicket, then you create pressure on your partners. So Diteko Mudiri will be looking, thinking that he needs to try and at least rotate the strike here.
That's what I'm trying to move away from a commentator.
Good delivery yet again. Slightly back of the lane, defended solidly by Diteko right there. KG chasing 90 only. The good thing for SA Emerging is they do have overs to play with. You don't want to go too deep, but at the same time, Iqbal being Bangladesh Emerging's best bowler, you would want to see him out without conceding wickets to him.
Shot! Took him on. Diteko Mudiri says, I'm not going to let you just bowl the whole day to me. Over that long on. Big shot. Straight bat. Sixer from Diteko Mudiri.
That's a shot of a man in form. Diteko picks up the length very early. Doesn't try to hit it too hard. Times it perfectly. That's a shot of a man in form.
Really went for that one. Not leaving anything behind it.
That particular delivery just dying, but it's that line and length from Iqbal Hussein again. Back to business.
Definitely not happy, Iqbal Hussein. giving a bit of lip service there to Diteko Modiri. Not happy that he hit him for his 6. And that's what you want, the response that you get from your fast bowler after getting hit. What do they come? Does he keep going? That's exactly what Iqbal Hussein has done. In your face.
Good ball yet again. Good line and length. Iqbal Hussein wanting to have a word or two. Diteko Modiri having none of it, walks away. South Africa are 24-1 after 5 overs.
This is slightly more experienced, Diteko Modiri. He's a 26-year-old versus a 19-year-old from Bangladesh. So you see the Telkom Tower. That's the series that we have here. This is South Africa Emerging versus the USA. They played 2 days ago with South Africa men's, won by 42 runs. Currently, we've got the South Africa Emerging versus Bangladesh. And on Monday, we move on to Tax Oval, where the USA team will be playing against Bangladesh Emerging.
Bangladesh Emerging having played this game here, and even though they didn't get many runs, they would have hoped to play another game here just to take that experience from this game forward.
And obviously after this, it moves on. We go Tax Oval on Monday, and then Wednesday and Friday will be at the Irene Country Club in Centurion Highveld. Then back to Tax Oval in Hatfield. Good shot, good shot. This time more control from Daniel Smith. Spoken about a couple of times where he didn't have a control, but that was good control, guiding it. The man at fine leg had no chance getting to that one. Good bat on it, well placed.
Short delivery onto the body, not much of a pace. That's bread and butter for top order South African batsmen. Those, especially those that play at the provincial level, they pick those balls very quickly.
Once again, but this time straight to the man at square leg. It does look like there is no pace. There isn't a lot of pace that's coming on. If you just look at that, it looks like Daniel Smith has got so much time, particularly in this over that he's facing. It just looks like he's got a lot more time. Look at that. He's got time to wait for it. It's like he knew yesterday already that the ball is going to be there.
And that's what Animal Huck needs to use. We've seen in his previous over when he was touch fuller and Daniel Smith wanted to drive and he had it in the air.
And you've got to then ask yourself also what the mindset of Animal Huck is. Having dropped the same player twice, now the same player has hit him for 2-4s in the last 2 overs. So you don't know if maybe those drop catches has also played with him a little bit. But as you said, he's not a young man, so you should have the experience to know that you must move on from those kind of things.
That's much better. Fuller, straighter, that's much better. KG, is it time for Bangladesh to turn to their spinners, or is it too early for that? On one side, Iqbal is doing a tremendous job, bowling good line and length, even though that one particular delivery where he was picked up by Modiri and dispatched, he's bowled really well. At this end, should they go to their spinners?
I don't really think so, because the one thing that you've got to understand is that the pitch is still good enough for fast bowlers. Wouldn't be surprised though if they do make that change. However, you still feel like the pitch still does have something for fast bowlers, as we've seen with Iqbal from the UNISA end. He is still getting a lot out of this wicket. But a subcontinent team in Bangladesh, you've got to understand that the way that most of the teams are set up is that if their seam bowlers are not going to give them what they're looking for, they can quickly turn on to the spin bowlers because they produce a lot of spin bowlers.
Iqbal to continue over number 7 from the UNISA end. Short pitch delivery. Modiri not interested.
I like the aggression that you see in there. Iqbal, after bowling that, is trying to run to Modiri. And Modiri just staring at him, almost as to say that I'm not scared of you. Go back and bowl a ball. Good contest between bat and ball, between bowler and batter.
It's good to see such a contest. Modiri in good form. Iqbal, the youngster, going well. Test him with yet another short pitch delivery. And yet again, Modiri having none of it. They exchange. They're having a chat. I'm assuming that's not a friendly one.
Yeah, definitely not asking what he had for breakfast or for lunch. But as you can see, Diteko Modiri is determined. In actual fact, he's actually walking towards him. Looks like the second slip also was going towards it. Mtoko Sizishezi from Squelek just telling him to go back. Leave the batter alone. We love to see this.
Down the leg side this time around. Half-hearted appeal. Umpire Yuri Sedler was having none of it. So KG, that previous delivery, what you mentioned, that umpire Shezi asking the slip cordon to not surround the batter. You need to give batter space. You cannot be in the batter space. As a bowler, he has an excuse that's his follow through, and you know he's in the face. But the slip fielders, they have no reason to be in batsman space.
Top edge, top edge, top edge. Another opportunity. Put down once again. Same fielder. 3 times. 2 to Daniel Smith and 1 to Diteko Modiri. And they come back for 3. Third one put down by the same fielder.
It's not going Animal Huck's way. It's not going to Bangladesh emerging team's way. This was the easiest of the 3, you would say. And with that, they also run through 3 runs.
So just take a look at that again. Short ball. Diteko Modiri this time taking it on. Top edge. Animal Haku had a lot of time. Don't know if we call it a drop catch or a missed catch. A missed opportunity. Definitely a big opportunity that should have been taken. And immediately the change in personnel.
Iqbal not happy.
Unfortunately, with the game of cricket, you can't hide fielders anymore. And often enough, when you try to hide the fielder, the ball seems to follow them. If you remember the previous over, actually, Robin was the one that was here, but then they went back to bringing Animal Haku here. Then the ball followed him again. So when he's not here, the ball doesn't come. When he's here, the ball comes.
Yeah, the ball has been following the experienced Animal Huck. Unfortunately, him not taking advantage of it. But as soon as he dropped the catch, Iqbal turned to his captain and said, "Can I please have a different fielder there?" It will not be good if there's a short ball. Daniel Smith plays it down to the fine leg boundary.
See, now when it comes on the ground. The game of cricket can be cruel, hey?
It really can. And with that, that's the end of the 7th over. Proteas emerging are 28 for 1. I leave you in the capable hands of KG.
As we just have a look at that again. Top edge, healthy edge. Should have been taken, was not taken. The third one that was not taken. And with that, there'll also be a change of bowling. There is one coming into the attack, replacing Animal Haku. Not having the best of time today. Couple of drop catches, couple of loose deliveries that were hit for fours. There is one now coming into the attack. Bendulo, what have you made of the first 7 overs so far?
Well, it's South Africa now taking the gears up. Wonderful pull shot from Daniel Smith, who shouldn't be there, to be very honest. And that's what I'm thinking. Bangladesh should not be in this position that they are in right now. They should be with bigger smiles, should be standing at least 32 for 3. However, chances not taken from the Bangladeshis, and now they're getting punished.
You know what the nice thing about cricket is? I'll tell you now. Especially for those that are not watching later on, they're going to see the scorecard. And nowhere will it write almost out, should have been out, dropped. It will say this is the runs that he scored. So Daniel Smith, realizing that he got out, as we just take a look at that pull shot once again. And that is the best thing, that you always have a chance. Got 2 chances that he was given. The best thing that he can do, can go and score himself a 40-odd not out, 50 not out.
Oh no, he gives it away, Daniel Smith. He just throws his hands at the ball and he loses his wicket due to not committing to the shot fully. And Rizwan gets the first, and it's second down for South Africa.
It's Islam that took that catch. The man that was trusted to replace Animal Haku, where the ball was going. So this time the ball did follow him, as we see that from Daniel Smith. Bit of a lazy shot, you would say. Didn't fully go into it. Just popped it ever so gently to that man at catching extra cover.
And I was just about to say that, given that he lost his wicket with the first ball in the first match, got a really wonderful ball from Conrad Mouton, and then it gets dropped twice in this innings. It's the perfect opportunity for him to just play himself in and then at least see off the rest of the innings, giving himself a little bit of a confidence boost, especially since he had such a wonderful season last. But then to lose your wicket like that after getting so many opportunities just feels a little bit soft. He really doesn't commit to the shots, and you try as much as you can to not activate that short extra cover, because that's exactly why he's there. However, Daniel Smith loses his stay. South Africa, they still need 58 runs to win. Richard Seletwane comes in at number 4.
Very promising player, Richard Seletwane. He plays for the DP World Lions on the other side of the Jigskay. A good opportunity here. Get yourself a not out, because this is not the type of a game where you should be chasing after the runs, because there's so much time left. Not a lot of runs to get. Just 58 more that is needed from the South African men's emerging. So you've got to think as a bettor that this is the best time for me to be betting. There is no pressure whatsoever. Don't need to be betting at a strike rate of 100. I can still bet at a strike rate of 60, 70 and be able to get the team over the line, get myself a nice not out.
And you can choose now how you decide to take the rest of the chase. You can take it on with both hands on your horns, smash it around for fours, or you can be patient enough and just work the ball around. And if you work the ball around, there's nothing Bangladesh can really do about it, can they? It's just if you're able to extract 3-4 singles and over, you're about to finish the game in about 15 overs. So for Bangladesh, it's all about getting wickets.
You see in the background there, we've got the Karate Kid Gerald Kutsia. Good shot. Well hit in front of square. Diteko Mudiri had so much time to hit that one. Waited for it. Hit it in front of square. And another boundary from the bat of Diteko Mudiri.
He got a top edge, and it was missed by Animal Haq. He got on top of that properly. Goodness me, he's in fine touch, Mudiri Diteko. On Thursday, he was playing on a completely different surface. And today, the fact that he pounces that in front of square with so much authority, it just shows that he's reading the length so early, getting into the line of the ball quickly, and then his execution of the shots shows clear thinking in what he needs to do with whatever he sees. It's beautiful batting.
Very good batting there from Diteko Mudiri. And we've got Richard Seletwane to face his first ball from Iqbal. He's already gotten a single in the previous over. This will be a very intriguing contest.
Imon, he was here last year when the Bangladesh under-19 were playing against South Africa under-19. My goodness, was he fantastic. They couldn't get him away, the South Africans. And he was the reason why Bangladesh won that 50-over tour 2-1, because in those first two games he was virtually unplayable. And it's good to see that his skill is able to transfer into the older and senior division of cricket as well. It's good news for Bangladesh.
No, definitely. That's always what you want to see. The players that have impressed at junior level, that when they get into the senior level, they keep on impressing. And while we do have Bangladesh against South Africa, it just reminds me of a 1 kg Rabada. It was very good for South Africa in the junior levels. Made his debut against Bangladesh and got 6 wickets in that first game that he played against Bangladesh. So that transferring into the next level, so it's good to see when players continue to do what they've been known for doing at junior levels.
He's getting some good bounce. His action would fool you into thinking that the ball won't lift up, but because it's skiddy, we've seen him, the ball just skids through and it rushes the batter, gets to the wicket keeper hard. But when he activates those wrists and he gets them working, that's when we start seeing that little bit more energy of the ball, getting that extra bounce. Now the ball is a bit heavy on Richard Seletwane's bat.
Reminds me of a one Dale Steyn. Not the biggest of guys around, very, very skiddy but fast. When he starts activating those wrists, then you see those bounces and all of that.
Just look at that. He's got some good speed as well behind him. Imon, real exciting prospect.
The good thing also is that you're looking at Richard Seletwane has identified that Iqbal Hussein Imon is probably the dangerous bowler here for Bangladesh. and understanding that. So he hasn't come up here and go like, I'm just going to counter, try to hit you. Has respected the good balls that have been bowled to him.
And those are parts of the unwritten things in what everyone is looking at in developing your talents. There's no need to make everything a scoring delivery, especially if your target is so low. You're looking at 1.5 runs to the over needed for you to win the game. So you don't want to mess up an opportunity that should be an obvious win. You want to be part of the obviousness of it all.
How good is it at the end of the innings just to end with a 28-29 not out? The confidence that then you take into the next game. And of course, then the coaches also will be pleased to see the responsibility that you are taking.
And I think that is the key one, as Imon just draws back from his run-up. That's the key one, the taking on responsibility. You think of Seletsuane's role coming in at number 4. That is where the heaviest sense of responsibility comes from after your two openers. You need to carry the weight of the innings. You need to choose your shots responsibly. You are the difference between the top and the middle order having access into the game, so you want to protect those wickets.
Another one left to go through. Good over from Iqbal Hussain. Imon, though currently you would say that for the Bangladesh that a good over for them would mean that they need to take wickets, because that is the only way that they can get anywhere to threatening the South African team. They need to pick up wickets, and those wickets need to come in clusters.
And that's just shows the value of how well South Africa were able to bowl. All of them bowling in partnerships, all of them landing the ball in correct areas. Imon being fantastic. Rizwan has gotten a wicket. Superb stop. Great work at backward point.
Yeah, very good work to make sure that that doesn't go through to the boundary. Was very well struck there by Diteko Mudiri.
Aminul Biplop with the work at backward point. It was indeed well hit from Mudiri. I'm sure he thought it was a boundary. Islam Bipop had different ideas. And those are the areas that Rizwan should try to get into, because how South Africa were able to get the wickets is just that application of pressure over and over and over again. And in as much as they are chasing a low score, you still don't want to go to a string of 4 or 5 overs where you are not scoring runs, because that too will still get into your head, and now you will think from an individual point of view that, I'm not playing my part, and that's where you start losing your heads. So keep rotating strike. Big appeal. Umpire Shezi definitely not interested.
Yeah, definitely, because when you're looking at the game, you're saying that yes, it's a low score, but you've still got to try and play your natural type of cricket without getting yourself back down. As we just take a look at that again, that looked like it was definitely going down. So you want to be careful but positive.
Oh no, Mudiri Titego gives it away. You want to be aggressive but careful. He goes full on aggression and he gives it away to the Bangladeshis. Chaudhry Mohammad Rizwan is the difference maker here for Bangladesh. Gets wicket number 3, and it's the big one of Mudiri Titego, 37 for 3.
Yeah, big one there. Hitting the top of the bat there from Diteko Mudiri. Was never in control, has played 2 good pull shots. That time around, not hitting it the way that he would have liked to. Did look like he was rushed a little bit there. Wasn't in control of it. That mid-wicket fielder just coming around, taking an easy catch. Says thank you very much, Diteko Mudiri.
I can just see from his reaction as the ball was in the air that he was definitely not in control of that ball. After a wonderful first innings on Thursday, he'll feel a little bit hard done here. He did also get an opportunity like Daniel Smith being dropped, but then doesn't capitalize. Brings in batter number 5, the captain of the South African men's emerging team, teammates to Seletwane. It's Mitchell van Buren.
That's also the tough thing sometimes in terms of the mindset of chasing a low score. Sometimes you find yourself in 6s and 7s, not too sure whether you want to go for it or you want to take your time. And sometimes you find yourself second-guessing yourself. It does happen sometimes when you're thinking that the asking rate is just 1.5 to the over. Do you just want to go at 2s and 3s, or you want to finish it quickly?
Well, Mitchell van Buren will definitely want to be there until the very end. He will feel underperformed from Thursday. He's trying to play a sweep shot, trapped himself LBW. He wouldn't mind pace coming onto the ball. Has been a Lions player through and through. Grew up through Old Eds, the club.
Did make a bit of a switch sometime. Did play for Tuks. I think when he went out of school, he actually came to Tuks, played a couple of games under the Titans before moving back home to the Lions.
So he'd be okay with conditions here as well, since he's been here before. Mitchell van Buren, 28 years old now, did have his opportunity a couple of years ago for the emerging side. Lost that place and is now climbing his way back. South Africa needing 53 more runs. It really was Mafijul Islam Robin who's doing his work, getting 40 for 73 for Bangladesh. Dayan Khalim, go rewatch that spell. What a beautiful, beautiful piece of fast bowling. Now Richard Seletwane, the only one on the board so far. I'm sure South Africa don't want to lose any more wickets from here on in. After 10 overs, 37 for 3. Gets the edge, doesn't. Oh, he doesn't. Ooh, that looked so close. I thought I heard a bit of a sound. Wonderful ball from Imon.
Very good ball from Imon. Did definitely hear a bit of a sound, but hardly any appeal from anyone. That's a beauty of a ball there from Imon. Look at that. That is almost in that off-stump line in the air, pitches and just leaves Richard Seletwane.
He just fended for that, Richard. Full delivery from Imon. You were speaking about Dale Steyn. And one thing that made Dale Steyn very dangerous was the late swing. Late swing away from the right-hander, and that's exactly what the ball did for Imon. Almost at a Yorker length, but it's the movement away as well. Very late into the ball's trajectory. Almost the undoing of Seletwane.
Straighter this time, well hit, good shot from Richard Seletwane. Allowed the ball to come to him, past that mid-on. A much needed boundary here for the South Africa emerging.
It's a beautiful shot from Richard Seletwane, taking it to 41 for 3. A little bit straighter from Iqbal Hussein, but Imon, way too straight. Down the leg side, it's easy pickings for a right-hander, and it's easy pickings for a player who plays as well as Seletwane. Not the best ball from Iqbal Imon, much better than that.
He's waited for that to come under his eye level. Controlled it.
And pace comes onto the ball. And there's pace behind the ball, rather. So it's easy for you not to have to generate power through the ball. Just time the ball, make sure that you're meeting it at the right time and you're placing it correctly, which is what Seletwane does. And that should give him a little bit more confidence than what he currently has. 5 from 12 deliveries. South Africa needing 49 runs to win.
You did mention a bit earlier about the pace of Emon, so he gives you a lot to work with by giving you the pace. You just have to time the ball well, wait for it, just control it like Seletwane did that time around.
And you kind of understand why Zakir Hassan is going to stick with Imon for as long as he can give, because the only thing that can make a difference here for Bangladesh are wickets. And so I wouldn't mind the idea of throwing the ball to your spin bowler right now, because there is a notoriety of South Africans struggling with playing spin bowling. Caleb Seleka got some few ones to grip and turn as well. He looked pretty good. So maybe playing around with your spin options right now and challenge Seletwane and Van Buren in a space where they might be a bit more uncomfortable.
Quick single, easily. And you speak about only Richard Seletwane in terms of spinning is the one that bowled for South Africa, but not too many. There are a couple of balls that were bowled by the seam bowlers that look like were a bit variable bounce and all of that. So that on its own is telling you that there is assistance that can be given. And we know, coming from the subcontinent in your Bangladesh and all of that, they just need assistance, not too much assistance. So if there is a lot of assistance on this wicket for them, they will be a handful.
Chaudhry Mohammad Rizwan, though, has a wicket in each of his 2 overs that he's bowled so far. Bang! Up it goes from Richard Seletwane. And away it goes from Richard Seletwane over the side screen. What a blow that is. 6 runs. South Africa moves to 48.
It was just a matter of time. Just a matter of time. Richard Seletwane, he was 2 of 11 balls or so, 12 for 15. Now the strike rate just went up to 75%. And this is a very well calculated shot, because Rizwan is not the quickest, as you see that. He's not the quickest of bowlers. So Richard Seletwane say, I'll meet you down. He's not afraid of being bounced. And boy, oh boy, oh boy, had some good swing at that. Sweet over that long off boundary.
That was wonderful. The footwork from Richard Seletwane. Happy feet. Over the top it goes for 6 runs. And the reason why I also speak about spin, KG, is because both of these are DP World Lions players. Their home base is the Wanderers. You don't get a quicker surface in South Africa than that. And so pace is nothing that rattles them. They actually welcome pace, if anything else. So take that away and let them have to delve into a different type of their skill set. Wasn't the worst ball at all from Chaudhry Mohammad Rizwan. It was just that good of a shot from Seletwane. Goes down to the legs now. It's going to be a 1-7 in the over.
And then you make such a valid point, because the first three batters that were batting for South Africa all are in the coastal, two from Warriors, one from Western Province. So when you then see the difference between them and batters that are used to playing in the high field, and that is what Mitchell van Buren and Richard Selotwane gives you, both high field players. So if you're gonna come quick, in fact, they will be saying to you, "Come quicker. We want you to come quicker."
Look at that from Mitchell van Buren, just getting on top of the ball. Great, excellent coverage at mid-off. Zakir Mohammed, the captain, throwing himself around. It's 50 runs up as well for South Africa emerging. Oh, they're running hard at this. 40 runs left. But playing a bit of football, making sure the ball doesn't come to the stumps. But you just reflect on that shot that Mitchell van Buren just played now against Rizwan, charging down the surface. It's not an easy shot to play, climbing on top of it and slapping it across. Just take a look at Selotwane again there. And even he getting on top of the bounce of the ball, not being frightened by it, just proves what we are talking about, that pace is not a thing for them. They might lose their wicket through off a good ball, yes, but dealing with it is not something that gives them nightmares.
Especially if you look about, we talk about them not being afraid of pace, but somebody like Mitchell van Buren and Richard Selotwane both played quite a significant amount of games for the Lions last year. So half of the season they played those games in the high field against some quality bowlers that are there around the country. So with them being faced with pace early on, it's exactly what they're looking for. If anything, if you want to upset them, maybe that's when you might want to bring a spinner up front early and say, let's see what they can do, which looks like it's exactly what Bangladesh are doing now, taking Iqbal Eman out of the attack.
Samir Bashir comes in. He was also part of that under-19 Bangladesh squad that taught South Africa last year. He came in very late in his batting earlier on when the game was basically done for Bangladesh. He just needed to swing off his hips. But here he comes now against Zimbabwe A. Got himself 3 for 52. Then in the last game of that series, got 1 for 33. So he can spin it, he can play it. So let's see what he's going to produce here for Bangladesh.
Left arm orthodox coming around the wickets, yeah. Simon Bashir.
It's going to be a test as well for Van Buren and Selotwane. It's going to be a big test for them too as well. This might bring Bangladesh back into the game maybe.
This is where they say let the games begin. Got a very high arm action here. Simeon Basir. Almost approaching, holding his hands up. Wants to deliver at the highest point as possible.
Smashed. When Mitchell van Buren is in touch, he plays with extraordinary flair. And what a flaresome pull shot that was for 4 runs.
Yeah, very good shot that time from Mitchell van Buren, allowing the ball to come to him. Bit of a short ball there from Bashir. A bit of loose delivery, short ball. He is also quite a good player of spin, Mitchell van Buren.
And one thing it does really well is run between the wickets. They wouldn't dare come back for number 2 there. Rocket's arm from Iqbal Imon. That's the last arm you want to take on. But he's getting his feet moving here, Mitchell van Buren, which is the important thing. And you see that pull shot just waiting on it so nicely. Rockets into his back foot. Swivels around it with authority. It goes for 4.
Just blocked it out there. That time from Richard Seletswane. 55 for 3 the score. Just 35 more runs to get from South Africa men's emerging.
Big appeal, but nothing really coming out of it here for Samion Bashir. It ends over number 13. The score is 55 for 3 for South Africa emerging. They need less than a run and over to win the match. And with getting a boundary, there's basically no more work needed to be done for the rest of the over. They're going to need to finish it quickly if the ball is going to grip and turn that much. Because once it's spin on this side and spin on the other side, it's going to be a bit of a test.
Definitely, but just look at the score, just getting the 90. We spoke about it with Zubair earlier that probably Bangladesh would have thought get themselves to that 170, 160, at least have something to bowl at. 90 is a bit too much of an ask.
The thing is also, you looking at the batters who are yet to follow, you lose any one of these two, you still have Keegan Leon Cachet, wonderful player, superb wrists, risk-taking, can send the ball anywhere around the ground. Mandile Mokhakane, who we've seen over the past couple of years, can take the game on as well. Nendan Khalim, with his 70 in the first match, needs no further explanation. So you feel here as Bangladesh, you need at least 3 more wickets before South Africa are able to get to that 90. But with 35 runs needed, the likelihood of that is not really high unless something extraordinary happens.
You need those 3 wickets very, very quickly. Speak about Keegan Lion Cachet. Played for the Pretoria Capitals in the SA20. Had a couple of good innings. So it is just that game that Bangladesh should have, when they go into the bowling innings, should have thought that we're probably playing an 18-over game. And what we need to do is that we need to be on ultra attacking, get wickets.
It's actually something that I saw from yesterday when we were commentating the Bangladesh women's game versus the Proteas emerging. That 30-over period where Alexandra Candler was able to score her 85 runs and Mia Naismith getting those 49s, I looked back at it and it's as if the women yesterday were setting up a T20 field completely. Being ultra defensive and allowing big gaps to happen in the inner ring, and in a 50-over game where you basically have 30 to 25 to 30 dormant overs, those spaces allow for those ones and those twos for the scores to accumulate until you are back to a 20-over version of the game with the last 15 overs. And so with Bangladesh here, I agree with you fully that they should have walked in thinking this is a T20, this is a 100 game, there's a 100-ball game. Let's put all of the pressure and throw all of our eggs into that. Because we are not going to defend 90 runs. Especially with Richard Seletswane playing shots like that. Wonderful cover drive over the top. Goes for 4 runs and South Africa moves to 59.
Very good shot there from Richard Seletswane. Had no intention whatsoever to keep that on the ground. Looking to clear that extra cover, and he did that exceptionally well. The ball going down from boundary. That is the type of batter that Richard Seletswane is. an attacking batsman by nature. So he's been here for long enough. He's seen a couple of balls. Comfortable now.
Don't mind seeing this level of aggression from Seletwane. I think right now, as we bring the end of over number 14 at 60 for 3, we're going to have a commentary change as well. Zube Saleh will come back in to replace KG Masubelele. I think also it's just a case where Richard Seletwane is still finding his cricket identity at the professional level. What type of player does he want to become? Does he want to be the player who the innings is on his shoulders and then he accumulates the runs? Does he want to become the player who takes the game on to his opposition? What type of player and middle order batter does he want to be? And so at 20 years old, he's still at that tender age where he's still developing what his real and powerful role is.
The over starts off with a wide. The two Lions boys at the crease.
It's a nice little slap for one. And I think it's also going to help Seletwane that he's batting with an experienced Mitchell van Buren on the other side, and it's also batting with his teammates, like you've just said. Gets the edge. Just past the hands of first slip. That was a little bit streaky from Seletwane. Ifti standing at the slips. The ball was just too sharp though, and it runs for 4.
What we've seen from Richard this past couple of overs is he's growing in confidence, especially after that massive 6. He's going hard at the ball though. This particular delivery, it was short, but he needed to time it. He went hard at it, getting the outside edge.
Does really well. And I think that's what made the biggest difference with that particular shot. It's he went with conviction. The last thing you want to do is be found in between, not knowing whether to go hard or whether to just prod at the ball. So Bangladesh have put in a second slip next to Afkaka. And now all of a sudden, Seletwane is second guessing the shots.
That's been his innings so far, though. There's been shot that says, I am here, and there's been play where he looks for the ball. He's not that confident on certain deliveries. And that's where your question comes in, Pendulo. What sort of batsman do I want to be? And I want to touch on it after this particular delivery.
It's going to be the end of the over with Richard Seletwane just taking 1 run. 67 for 3 after 15 overs. It's going to be drinks, and it gives you the perfect time to break it down however you want, Zube Saleh. 67 for 3.
If we see that shot of the last delivery, back foot punch for a single, that was that conviction you spoke of in Pendulo. Back of the length. That's a shot of a top quality batter. Okay, this is the edge where you can see he's trying to hit it way too hard. The ball is there to be hit, but he needed to time it. Hence he gets that top edge, you know. Richard, and you've answered your question there in Pendulo, that Richard Seletwane, he's still very young. He's developing. When he has a season of 2 at the top level, and he will be amongst the runs, that's when you groom and you come to know, you know, what sort of batsman I want to be. There are players who come in and they know exactly where they are. For example, Luandre Pretorius, for example, He's an opener. He's an explosive opener. He knows his role. Everybody knows his role. That's where he is. You know, when he walks in, you know what sort of role he is going to play. But with Richard, it will take time to develop. Yes, he's an attacking batsman. Those couple of shots he's played shows that he is an attacking batsman. But also there have been balls where could he have rotated the strike? I mean, there is no rush in getting runs, you know. Flashing outside off stump, could he have left those ones alone? So those question marks remains. And he'll be the best person to answer those. It will not happen overnight. It will take time. It will take a year or two of playing at the highest level and figuring out that this is the sort of a batsman I want to be.
Especially if you are batting at that number 4 and number 5 position. Because in that high middle order, it's a fine balance between choosing attacking and choosing defending, because your stroke players are at number 5s and number 4s. Your guys who know how to take the game on. But the reason what makes great number 4s and great number 5s is understanding when to take the game on. Probably the greatest number 5 of all time being A.B. de Villiers. He has a very strong argument of being the greatest number 5 ever. He can play you that 43 and 228 deliveries, or he can come back and score your 141 and 60 odd deliveries. It's choosing the occasion of what you want to be. And what A.B. de Villiers used to do very well is coming in, reading the game situation and becoming the batter that the situation requires. And so that is a thing that only experience can teach you. And maybe a coach who has that type of experience as well, like a Hashim Amla that he has at the DP World Lions.
You spot on, Mpendulo. It's that experience. Hence I said that give him the year or two and that experience at top level, and which he is exposed to for Lions. And the good thing for him is he does play for them in almost every format, whether it be T20, one day or the 4-day.
They've put in a lot of trust in him. They've put in a lot of responsibility to him. And for him now, it's just a matter of paying that responsibility back to the Lions. But we continue with the game. Animal Biplop comes in to the attack now with spin on either side.
Mpendulo, something you touched on is when you are middle order batsman, what is required of you as a batsman? You could be out in the 6th over or in the 43rd over.
Well, he chooses that. He doesn't want to linger any longer, Richard Seletwane. Strong hit. He forced that ball into that area and he forced the boundary out of the bowling of Biplop.
That was a short delivery, but my goodness, has he hit that? He knew exactly where he wanted to hit the ball. Mid-on is up and he had one bounce for.
Leg spinner of Biplop. We saw Caleb Seleka was bowling from the opposite end, and with Seleka, it's the speed that made him so effective. He was bowling the ball much more slower, keeping it in the air for as long as possible. I just feel like Biplop is bowling a little bit too quick for what the surface requires. And so if he just slows it down, just give it a bit more air, he's going to give time for the batters to start thinking. Right now, they don't have to think because the ball is already there.
Yes, he need to flight it better. That's exactly it. That's what Caleb Seleka did so well in that first innings. He needs to calm down. I know there aren't many runs to play with. There it is. The pace is still there, but there was a bit more flight. And that's where Mitch had to think about it. Do I play at it or do I leave it? And well left in the end.
Speed just 5 more kilometers slower. just 5 more kilometers slower. Something like that. Now he can just draw it a little bit shorter, and then he has the perfect ball that he's looking for. Mafichul with the collection down at the deep to end the over. 16 done. Scores 73 for 3 for South Africa emerging. They just need 17 more runs now, and it's just a matter of both Van Buren and Seletswane not losing their wickets and South Africa winning by the match by 7.
It's been a good overall performance by the SA emerging side so far. 17 only to go. They need to close it up. Nice and steady, as you said, without losing a wicket here.
It's nicely done from Van Buren.
Bendulo, we see Van Buren playing for the Lions as well. He is an excellent batsman. He knows his game well. He's a good thinking cricketer. Okay, he's the captain of SA Emerging as well. Though one attribute I would like to change in Mitch van Buren is he is too hard on himself. Yeah. That particular delivery, nice back foot shot, you know, and he's hard on himself. If you look, he wanted to sort of kick himself that he should have put that one for a boundary. It's okay, it's okay, let it be. Because at times, when you do that, you're too hard on yourself. You overcomplicate matters for yourself. I mean, we said only 17s to win, 17 runs. Oh, and with that, what a shot. Reverse sweep. Richard Seletswane pulling out all different shots in this innings.
Looks lovely from Richard Seletswane. Again, it's just the pace on the ball, even from the spin bowler's perspective. So comfortable, Richard Seletswane. Bang, what a lovely shot. You have 2 slips for me? I do not mind. I'll still take the shots on. It's actually funny, Zubair. We had a chat, Mitch and I, a couple of one before the first day started, and he said that's one of the things he's really working hard to stop. Just beating himself up for no reason. Especially when Richard Seletswane is batting like this. There's no need to also be aggressive. Just allow him to bat. Just like that. So smart. So good. They can come back for 2, these 2. But Mitch had already settled on a single.
You touched on A.B. de Villiers early on. One of the best cricket has seen. Not just at number 5, arguably one of the best, batsmen the world has seen. So he was above the rest, doing the best in the business, sort of a thing. If you see someone like Mitch as well, he's got that in his arsenal. You see him playing T20 games, the SA20 games when he gets the chance. He can hit the ball. He can block for you. He can rotate the strike. And that's where you are coming in and saying, Richard is playing so well. Take those singles,
Very nice. I think after that run where he kicked himself, I think maybe he did take some time to calm down on the non-striker's end, seeing how Sir Richard is playing. Because like I'm saying, he did say that he's actively working on it. So maybe he's even thinking about it in real time. It's hard to say that he didn't think about it, given the fact that now he's just changed his approach. And sometimes that is all what scouts are looking for. They already know your temperament. They know the type of player they are. Now they want to see your evolution, which is why he's in this emerging team as well.
And that's why he's the captain as well, because he's got a good cricketing brain on his shoulder, and he needs to kick on and show the world that,
Still one of my favorite innings in since the restructure of the 4-day series was this 100 that he scored against Western Province. coming in when things were really tough, and he had to shepherd the innings through the tail, and he eventually went on to 100. I think there was a time he was batting with Tsepo Moreki, and he converted the strike every second to last or every last ball, protecting his lower order, etc., etc. It shows exactly in backing your point that if you can score 100 with your number 8, number 9, number 10, you've got the game to shepherd the innings, you've got the game to take the innings on.
Having watched Aminul Islam this over, it seems like he's not going to slow down. He's going to carry on at that pace. Very much like your Rashid Khan sort of a bowler, you know, where he bowls at pace. The difference, though, is Rashid Khan's got a mean wrong one that comes in and traps the batsman.
There's 8 runs to go now. Animal Islam Biplop. Good working off the ball from Mitchell van Buren. They move on to 83 to end the over. 7 runs required. Score is 83 for 3.
It's been a good chase so far by the SA emerging team. We've seen lapse of concentration or partially being too aggressive at times. Modiri, he could have hung around, but he took the short ball on. He would say a shot was on, yes. You know. In his this thing, we would feel that maybe it was not short enough. So maybe lapse in concentration or being a bit too aggressive to chase down the 90 runs. But overall, 83 for 3 at this point in time, SA Emerging would be very happy with the chase.
I wish to know what the discussions were, because I think if the instruction was have one batter attack, have one batter lean back, then you would kind of understand the approach that Mudiri Diteko came out with. Even Daniel Smith, because he came out swinging. So maybe you think that it was a strategy from South Africa to see what will work. And I think they've settled to just working the ball and allowing the boundary balls to do the work for them, because they come every second over here. Moin Khan comes onto the attack. 6 more runs to win with that single from Van Buren.
It definitely looked like that was the tactic, that is the tactic, that we're not going to hang around a lot. We've heard from KG, our co-commentator, who's a local, and he said as the day progresses, the pitch dies down as well. And big ups to the coaching staff if that's what has happened as well, that reading the game so well and saying, let's go for it. You know, we do have the batting lineup if we do lose a couple of early wickets, and that's exactly what has happened, and they find themselves 84 for 3.
Wonderfully hit from Richard Seletwane. A chase for Iqbal Hussein-Imon. Mitchell van Buren was thinking about number 3. But they keep it to just 2. 5 to 4 to win.
Another attribute in his arsenal is he is really, really quick between wickets. He's lightning quick between the wickets as well.
Both of them, actually. And Richard Seletwane. Seletwane being one of the best fielders too. And his partnership now. Great effort coming at fine leg despite the situation of the game. Hopefully it doesn't hurt himself. I really hope it doesn't hurt himself. But that's the 50-run partnership between Richard Seletwane and Mitchell van Buren. 50-run partnership up. South Africa needing 2 runs to win. Oh, but it looks like he's down on the floor here. Not good at all.
Not looking good. As soon as he went down, it's just stayed down.
That's Biplop. Animal Islam Biplop on the floor. And I hope more it's not his bowling hand that has been done wrong.
Mpendulo, got to agree with you. The game is away from them. There's a couple of runs to win, but he still puts in that dive. You know, it's taking the game, giving the respect to the game that it deserves, not giving up till the last minute. Yes, they're staring into the defeat there at this point in time, but he's still not giving up. Big up to the fielder right there.
Up he goes up. Good stuff from Animal Islam Blob. It's gonna hurt. I think he dove on top of the ball and it just rode it on his chest. It's not kind. That cricket ball is not soft. But he's up. Animal Islam, which is good news. What isn't good news though for him is that South Africa now need just 2 more runs to win the match. Our scorers, who've been diligent, not a single mistake done, working as a unit. Now they're getting ready to close the game off. And Mitchell van Buren closes it off in style. Wonderful sweep shot from the South Africa men's emerging captain, who takes the team over the line. And for 2 games in a row now, in this tri-series, South Africa emerge as the victors once more.
The ball was there to be hit. The field was in, and superb shot by Mitch van Buren, the captain. From the start till the finish, they've taken this game, they've taken it on and won almost every battle, whether it be bowling, whether it be fielding, and now batting as well.
A complete performance from the South Africans. They made short work of the day, starting off brilliantly with the ball. And now, with a little bit of trips, couple of dropped catches with the bat as well, they finally take it over the line. Mitchell van Buren, Richard Seletwane closing it off with a 50-odd run partnership. And that is South Africa winning the match here at Groenkloof Oval. And what a game it has been. The players will now go get ready for the post-match presentation. But from the start, it has just been South Africa. And what a way to close off the game. And now they just a little bit more at ease. They might be as well be in that final on Wednesday, the 12th of August. With the next game being the USA and Bangladesh men's team.
Yeah, that will be on Monday when USA take on Bangladesh at the Tuks Oval. Both the teams having lost their first respective game to SA emerging side, they'll be looking for better performance.
The performance of South Africa, beautiful. Dion Khalim, standout performance. Look at those figures. 5 for 18 in 8 overs, going at almost less than 2 runs to the over. Andile Mokhakane, though starting off gingerly, ended up bowling phenomenally, 2 for 16. And the rest of the South African units bowled as a pack. It was only Mafijul Islam with his 40, where he tried to raise his hands for Bangladesh. However, after South Africa emerging chose to bowl first, they come out victorious by 7 wickets. We're now going to go on to the post-match presentation downstairs to see who's going to be the man of the match and the thoughts of the captain. If this is you leaving us, make sure that you are still having the notifications of Cricket South Africa on so that you can notified once our next match begins. As Zubair Saleh has told us, at the Tuks Oval, starting on the 3rd of August on Monday, is going to be USA taking on the Bangladesh emerging team. 2 teams who've tasted defeats versus the South African emerging. Let's see how they're going to retaliate against each other. Then the rest of the series is going to happen every second other day until next week Sunday. So ensure that you join us on Monday. If this is you departing us, we will go downstairs now and we will take you through the post-match presentation to see who our player of the match is and the thoughts of our 2 captains. It is the end of game number 2 here at Groenkloof Oval. Brought to you by Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel and Pitch Vision. And also brought to you by the two teams who are playing here today. Bangladesh emerging on their first game of the tour. And South Africa emerging, who win their second game in a row after defeating USA in the first game back on Thursday. They win the game by 7 wickets after Bangladesh will only be able to post 89 runs. They made swift work within 20 overs. Before we carry on, we're going to call on our player of the match. We had some good performances here today, especially Bangladesh with Mahfizul Islam at the top scoring that 40. It was difficult, but he stood up at the top for the Bangladesh team. But in South Africa's instances, the bowling unit was working as a pack. Every single bowler able to take on their wickets. Even if they have wobbly overs, they were able to come back and work it once more. But one player was just bowling and he doesn't understand what the meaning of wobbly is. He doesn't understand what a bad ball is, because when he was bowling in his 8 overs, he only went for 18 runs, but also got a beautiful 5-wicket haul. We've called him here before on Thursday for the player of the match, and now we will call him again. Our player of the match for the second match is Dayan Khalim. Dayan, let's just move a little bit for the camera. You had a little bit of a shave, and the shave came with wickets. Let us know, what was the game plan here today, and how did it feel executing it the way that you did?
Yeah, obviously, first things first, we won the toss, chose to bowl, and the nice new surface today. So I think from our side, it was obviously just to hit good areas at good energies, and the longer we stayed there, we knew we would get our rewards, and that's what we did. I think the whole bowling unit was really good today, so hats off to every one of them, and obviously I was the one to take the wickets, but each and everyone deserved it as well.
What happens when you are in such good rhythm that how do you keep your mind in check that I must keep on hitting the spots and not try anything extravagant, because you know when you're in such good rhythm you can pull out anything?
I think the conditions tell you what to do a lot of the time, what lines you should bowl and what you should do. So I think today was just, the more you just kept it simple today, it felt like there was one that's going to do something more, something was going to happen. So I think today was just that, and making sure that your intensity was just very high.
Dayan, superb performance. Thank you for the entertainment. Until the next one, Dayan Khalim, our player of the match. 5-wicket haul, 5 for 18 in 8.2 overs. What a wonderful performance. We now want to speak to our captains, and we're first going to call upon our losing captain from Bangladesh, Mr. Zakir Hassan. Zakir, tough game out there. What were your expectations versus what you guys saw out there?
I think toss was very important for us. We lost the toss, and the wicket was too soft, but still Mahfuzil batting very well, so we can learn from him how can bat in this wicket. At the same time, we are looking for the upcoming match, so let's see, inshallah we will come back again.
So with the next game coming, what lessons have you learned from the surface and the conditions that you can do better come Monday?
Yes, as I said, the way Mahfizul batted, we can think like this. If you take time, it will come to our way. So hopefully, wicket will be better next match.
Thank you very much, Zakir. All the best for the boys. We're going to see you again on Monday. Thank you very much. Now to our winning captain, who scored the winning runs as well, Mitchell van Buren, to come to the top for SA Emerging. Long walk to freedom, long walk to victory, Mitch. Very well performed out there. You chose to bowl first. What kind of confidence do you get as a captain when your bowling unit performs in unity the way that they did here today?
Yeah, lots of confidence. I think Daisy summed it up pretty well there. Every single guy I gave the ball to today did an unbelievable job. Makes my life easy, and obviously makes everyone's life easy. So it's a really special bowling performance from the lads today.
and you're chasing a score of 89. You will never know how a surface plays until both teams bat, of course. What is the game plan? You're seeing that score, seeing how Bangladesh played, you guys losing 3 wickets pretty early. How do you then adapt to the game and then take it over the line?
I think just to stay as confident as possible. I think our opening pair were brilliant in the first game. So to be honest, there wasn't much chat going into our chase today. It's just sort of let the guys do their thing. And yeah, we played nicely. As a team, we have a blueprint of playing with confidence. So I think we adapted nicely in that chase, and yeah, nice to get over the line. And it's a good performance today.
Nice little break you guys have now for a couple of days. What will be happening there as you get ready for another game with the USA?
Hopefully a day off tomorrow. And then, yeah, so a bit of a break tomorrow, and then probably back in the nets early next week and just nail down our preparation going into our next couple games.
Mitch, fantastic work with you and the boys. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to see you again next week then. Blessings. Our victory and our winning captain, Mitchell van Buren for SA Emerging, and that closes our post-match presentation here today on a sunny, beautiful day in Pretoria at the Groenkloof Oval. We're going to join each other again on Monday, the 3rd of August, as Bangladesh Emerging return once more, but at the Ducks Oval to play against the USA team. See you there on Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel.